thank you. Mr. Klein, I think we will need it. Will you please pray for us?
Heavenly Father, we thank you once again for allowing us to serve the people of Sumner County. We ask you to give us clear heads on the issues that are put before us tonight, that we will get things done, hopefully, in the time we've allotted, and that we will be productive, efficient, and constantly cognizant of you. And we ask this in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Okie dokie. I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
Mr. Chairman, can we add something to the agenda?
We cannot.
We cannot.
It is a special call meeting. Can't
Okay,
add.
that's what all right, that's what I want to do.
If it's related to 25 budget, you can.
Well, this was from Monday, from the education.
So,
I
it
see
can't.
it, okay.
Do we have a motion to approve?
Motion.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Do we have anybody who'd like to speak? I don't see any. Anybody who'd like to speak? Okie dokie. All right, so we'll move on to my report here. So I'm just going to briefly go over the agenda and some of the setup that we have here today. Mr. Long is going to step through this in some detail, but following the last two budget sessions, two budget workshops, it was very clear that we were not in a good spot to reach a balanced budget, and we had some work to do to get there. So, Mr. did a couple things. Sat down with Mr. Lang for a few hours, and we'll go through it in detail. But the general guidance was to look at our debt service, recognizing that our debt service is the fund balance on that is growing, probably to a degree that it would catch a look from the feds, and so we have a little bit of flex there. The second thing was to look at penny allocation at the school. We think we have a bit of flex there, given that we've had some sales tax growth, and we still think we can help them without giving them the penny allocations that we have been applying. So Mr. Long will look at that. The other thing I came to do, I'll let you go over some more of the details, but those are some of the big ones to kind of get us set up, because we're going to make some changes early on in order to try to get us to balance. The other thing I did was sat down with some of our largest departments and basically said, look, we need to find $1 million between you. And so our sheriff department and our EMS came back and gave some reduced numbers, which I got them today. There's a starting point. I know there will be this. Nobody's seen them. I know there will be some discussion about them. But when we get to those departments, I'll plan on kind of putting those up there to use as a starting point, because that is a good reduction from where they were before. And I think if we do those things from our discussion yesterday, Mr. Long, we will be very close to a balance, if not at balance. But between all the things that we've done over the last few days, I think we're going to be a lot closer. All that said, I do not anticipate that we will have this totally tied off on a bow in 4 hours. And I don't want to keep us here till 10, because I think we'll have diminishing returns. So I would like to consider scheduling another special call at the same bat time, same bat channel, 2 Thursdays from now. So it'll give us a chance, once we get through today, when I think we'll be very close to a balanced budget, I'm hopeful, and to take one kind of final look through, and then come back and give us a solid 4 hours 2 weeks from now to look through it, and it'll also give any kind of rebuttals that the departments have a chance to, they can take a look at it and give them a chance to speak their piece. That's my proposal. I would entertain, well, I guess I don't need a motion to do that. Are we good with that date? I can just call it. Oh, go ahead.
I am good with that date. But if we need more time after that, we can
address
that later.
We can, and I'll address this too. We don't have a certified tax rate now. So we're just speaking to the county mayor about this. Don't anticipate that before the end of June, probably. Go ahead.
He said maybe before then, so you may be able to do your budget.
Maybe.
Maybe that last Thursday in June.
But the bottom line is, we're in no rush to get this tied off at the end of May like we did last year. There's no sense in trying to get this done before the certified tax rate comes in. So, yes, Ms. Boyd, we'll schedule one more, but I anticipate that we'll need to have one more anyway after that, just to give it a final punch and send it to the full commission.
Thank you for the clarification.
No, I may be out of state. I'm gonna text my wife right now, because I'm not sure about the dates, but.
Is everybody else good with that date?
Same time.
Same time, Mr. Mansfield?
So what time, what, trying to cut off tonight?
8 o'clock.
I'm prepared to be 11.
Well, I just know that we will have
really like that.
we'll have diminishing returns curve. I mean, look, we could go past 8, but I also know we'll have a diminishing returns curve of our ability to really analyze after 4 or 5 hours. So we need another day.
So you're saying
Well,
Thursday,
everybody working all day.
Yes.
Maybe I should have get my later.
Is the 4 p.m., if we need to move it to 5 for work hours? Maybe we need to move it to 5 to work hours, I don't know.
Does anybody?
I'm flexible.
I mean, I'm fine with whatever you guys want to do.
If I'm here, I'm fine.
All right, if we just have Mr. Klein on there, I feel like we're close. We have quorum.
What time are you moving to 5 or do it at 4?
Let's do it at 4. Let's do it at 4. If there's no real objection to that one, let's do it at 4. Okay. Okey dokey. Any other notes on that? So I'm gonna go ahead and do a special call, for Thursday the 30th at 4. We will try to, as best we can, tie this off in a bow. But Ms. Boyd, I do anticipate that there's probably gonna be one more after that, although I'm hoping that one will be short. Mr. Long, your report.
Number one, I've got a page here of kind of a summary of where we're at and a few of the things that remain, and then I'll go into some more detail and show you a spreadsheet I developed that will hopefully help us keep the taxes straight while we're moving them around. If you move them quite quickly, it actually has bits of memorandum to everybody. It should be in your packet. Yeah, I think it was the top item. It should be a top item right here. And the first thing is kind of go through the things that Mr. Shoaf talked about to make sure we're all on the same page. The draft on your table has May 3rd, second, third changes that you made on the screen incorporated into it, and the few changes you directed us to make that didn't happen on the spot. Currently, the general fund's disparity between revenue and expenditure is about $1.5 million more than last year. If you can get it back to last year, we feel the fund balance will be stable, the disparity stabilize, and or you may pick up a few dollars if the economy keeps continuing on. The second thing to make sure everybody remembers that the budget in here is increasing the building permit fee from the multiplier of .0004 to .06, and that is built into this budget. So it will, for it to come in effect, there will need to be a resolution with this budget or by July 1 to meet the numbers in the budget. The other one is to point out a small thing. The drug court is a self-funded project, and we'll look at it later, but it's got an $18,715 deficit. That's been a couple other times the same things happen. What's happened in the past is usually the budget committee determines if the county general is willing to put in $18,715 if that project doesn't break even. The next one is the Highway Public Works Fund. It shows a budgetary deficit of right now $2.4 million, but also the Department of Local Finance, which mirrors the county's budget, states that it requests or I guess the word recommends at least 2 months of operational expenses in your unassigned fund balance. So that would make the overall difference of about $4.8 million if you meet the recommendation. If you don't have at least 1 month, they'll actually give us a letter that it's a significant concern and ask us to monitor cash flows and several other items. Another thing to point out, because it comes up regularly, is there's several items requested in the Capital Projects Fund that's not been through the General Operations Committee. So once you appropriate a project and everybody's following policy, they can move on. So that's something you will need to look at. Do you want to put these amounts in reserve and appropriate them later, or do you want to appropriate them at the beginning of the budget cycle? Because it's kind of been a regular recurring pattern of the chicken and the egg, so I just bring that up.
And you have a list of those today?
Well, I think you need to go through the whole capital project. You need to go through the whole capital project fund to determine which one you go. The other one's to point out what me and Mr. Shoaf talked about, the debt service fund. For a debt service fund to be what's called a qualified debt service fund or a bona fide debt service fund under the IRS, there's one of two things have to happen. You can have no more than $1 1/12 of your prior bond year, 1/12 of your interest and penalty in reserves or the prior year's earnings on the debt service. Well, the earnings on the debt service balance would be less than that, so it would be 1/12 of your debt service, which is a very low number. So that brings me to two things. What that does is means you have to count the earnings on the debt service fund for arbitrage calculations. It makes it more likely that you're going to have to rebate money to the Treasury or to the IRS. And why it's more likely now, and I bring it up, is because interest rates are much higher than they've been in the past, so it increases that likelihood more. So my recommendation at this point is to try to decrease your debt service balance in one of two ways. And the most significant would be to actually move any of your excess by reallocating taxes into the capital projects fund. So you can have unlimited amounts of the capital projects fund and it would not impact your arbitrage calculations. But having a high debt service balance does. And the thing is, what you're going to do in the long term is hopefully do capital projects in lieu of borrowing anyway. So they
Can I state that another way, just to make it super simple? So what this will allow us to do is slightly burn, a good chunk burn down what is in our debt service fund, so that we're less likely to be to strike from arbitrage rules.
That was 10 million, right?
No.
That's what you've done. So even after that, let's click on the debt service fund summary right now.
Can I ask you real quick? I've never asked you this because it's kind of a bad question, but I'm wondering, is the penalty more than the interest we're going to make? Because we're making bang on the interest.
No, what can happen is what's in excess over that you have to count towards. So it would be the excess earnings over the average yield of the bond. So you're looking at the average yield of your bond versus the yield on that cash. Right now, the interest rates on that cash is higher than our bond, but we've had negative arbitrage earlier. So it's the average yield curve. But we have at least every 5 years, and you have to rebate it 60 days later, you have to do a calculation. We've calculated all the bonds that are current, and we actually did a midterm calculation. There's no arbitrage due at this point. Yeah. But my concern is if we leave the cash balance when we do the next 5-year calculation or the first 5 year on these bonds, we're going to end up rebating money unnecessarily. Well, if we move significant portions of that over into our capital projects fund and keep the minimum balance in there, it'll help us out a lot.
And we can, by the way, we can collect on
we
that.
We can still collect the interest.
Correct.
On
But it don't get counted as
But it doesn't count against arbitrage.
Yeah, because I just like that.
No, I get it.
And Tennessee's an issue because in a lot of other states, what they do, they don't put any revenues directly or property tax or anything in the debt service, and all they do is transfer in the debt service when the payments are due, so they never come into play. Tennessee, you're designed with a specific levy for debt service and other items, so it's direct revenues, so it creates this issue.
Okay.
Right now, the only thing that you've got a good thing to do is move it over to capital, because capital is one time.
I'll stand up.
But let's talk about, there's a couple issues. If you look at, this is where you started out. Keep playing this piece of thing away. This is where you started out, okay? We knew we were going to pick up money, but interest rates went high. All the interest goes into this fund, and debt service and the sales tax actually grow too. And if everybody remembers, last year it was determined to leave the school's pennies the same and the sales tax and everything, but the budget on the prior year was to offset everything together. We actually budgeted sales tax prior year in this too. So you've got two big uptakes in this fund. The interest rates went up, and then your sales tax was budgeted on the year before, so you got all your sales tax growth. So what it's done is brought that 28 balance to 43. You've moved 5 out for general fund right now and another 10 for capital, but you still got, because the interest rates are really high right now next year, we got them projected, and your debts went down, you're still showing a $6 million growth with a $15 million fund balance.
So we did this on purpose, if you guys recall. I keep interrupting you, but if you recall, we intentionally moved as much as we could into debt service last year. And so this has been a positive result at the end of the day. But we overshot what we can do.
So let's go over to the revenue. Here's where your issues, and that's why I'm talking that we need to restructure. Two things. The second half of the unincorporated sales tax, or the sales tax in the cities and in the counties, are earmarked for education. What we've done in the past, if you look at, I'm going to go through your table. There's a table on here. If you look at sales tax, what the county's done is they put up together all their sales tax. They put 66%, or about 2/3, into the general purpose school fund directly, and the remainder debt service fund. Well, if you look, we've got to make sure that's used for school debt. Well, if you go down your revenue sources, you've got local optional sales tax. A big portion of that has to be used for schools, okay? The next one's adequate facilities tax has to be used for schools. We've got interest earnings. If you look how it's 6 million versus 300,000, you know, this we're earning all this interest, but that's not going to hold true in the long term. The interest goes up and down in the long term. This rate here is going to go back down when inflation comes. So you're not going to get this 6 million. It'll be down into 300,000 or 400,000. So we don't want to count on that. And then you go down into here, and these are very small. And this one's just flow through money from the Resource Authority for their bond. So what I'm recommending that you do to free up a lot of this money is a couple of things right now, right off the bat. Is first you determine how much money you're going to give to the Board of Education. You know, your total dollars. You're going to give them MOE all the way up to the 10.7, whatever you're going to give them. And what I'm recommending, the second thing you do is directly put that second half of sales tax over into your general purpose school fund. And then put a proportional amount of property tax back over into this fund or into the capital project. So that way you can move that money around. Number two, the second half of the county, which everybody talks, there's not a lot of sales tax in the county, but that's not where you think it's at. This $4.2 million is the estimated second half of the unincorporated area. There's over $8 million collected over the last 12 months in the unincorporated, or it's projected to be collected this year.
Wow.
And I can show you the monthly collections. That's projected this year. It's not the last 12 months, but it's based on projections. I can show you why. We think you're going to conservatively, there's over $8 million in the unincorporated area sales tax. There's a lot more than you think. We can show you the collections monthly if that would help. You want to see them? Click over into sales tax, and I can show you why we think that. There's a sheet, best if you go to the table of contents that says sales tax. Right there it is. It's green. Go down, and I'll show you where to go to. And I'm going to have you freeze the pane when you get down there. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Keep going. Keep going. It's gone down just a little bit. And then, okay, freeze that pane. See where it's got these years here? Freeze right there, and that pane right there. Okay. Now start scrolling down through there. See where it says Sumner County? Mm-hmm. This is the unincorporated. Look how small it is now. Watch its changes over the years since '07. Just start scrolling. These are monthly. Watch your collectors. 13, 14, 15. Just keep it going. This is just February to February. It's on the upward growth trend. Keep going. Just keep going. Keep going down. Keep going down. Keep going down. Keep going. Just watch. What's the number? Here's your last 12 months through what was bought in February. Well, that total there is already what is that total there? $8.3 million for those last 12 months. And I've got a little more. I've got growth projected in, so I've got 4.2 for half, which would be what, 8.4. So
Can you scroll over to see Hendersonville?
oh yeah, Hendersonville's right.
Sales tax, Travis,
That's Hendersonville monthly.
Whoa. Inflation.
That's both first and second half. Half of it has to be used for education, the other half goes to the city of Hendersonville. The map that says Sumner, half has to be used for education, the other half is any government purpose.
And so half of this goes to the schools.
Yes.
And that's not part of the
Well,
budget, that's a windfall.
No, it's part of their budget already.
Okay, so
But what I'm saying right now, the way we can, two things, make sure we're demonstrating it is being used for education because we're going to be moving around debt service. What I recommend you do dollar for dollar, but the second half of all the sales tax, which is $47 million, be put into the general purpose school fund, and the $4.2 million here be put into your capital projects. If you look, the difference of that is $13 million for education. To become dollar for dollar, you can decrease the property tax by $13 million.
So it's a switch. It's dollar for dollar. We're switching sales tax for
Property tax.
property tax, or sales tax for property tax.
And the reason we want to do that, we want to demonstrate those funds are being used for education, because right now, what you're going to do is end up pretty much zeroing out your property tax. So you want to show that any revenues in here are being used for that purpose. Because you got $5 million in the county debt.
Go ahead. So you're
That's my recommendation.
talking about our sales tax revenue by law, statutorily, which has to go to the schools.
Has to be earmarked 50%.
We're showing that in a better way.
Well, it wasn't doing it. We were putting it.
We were putting it in debt service and using it for school debt.
True.
But since we're pulling out all that property tax to bring down the balance, we need to be able to demonstrate that's all used for education. So
This is the way of balancing it.
right. So my recommendations right now is you put every bit of the second half in there, which we think is gonna be 47 compared to 34, which is about $13.1 million. So 13.1 million more of sales tax in their budget, but $13 million less of property tax in the net fall. And then you did determine their overall total after.
So there's two steps here. Step one,
You're talking about, are you talking about moving pennies into the general purpose school fund? Or you talking about just
Stop moving pennies out of the general purpose school, moving sales tax in.
Gotcha.
property tax, yeah, property tax out, sales tax in. But at this point, dollar for dollar MOE.
Sure.
That's step one.
So let's go over that spreadsheet on
What is the detriment of that for the schools?
It's a dollar for dollar switch on that one.
But do they gain as much?
Sales tax in the long term usually grows, faster than property tax.
Except in economic times.
I've been, for the last, since '09, it's been about a big growth. And then also in '09, it was only like, for the whole combined period, it was only 3% shrink. So in the long-term trend, they're actually going to do better. But they're also an operational compared to debt. We can control debt more than operational because debt's a fixed cost we know, and we don't have to issue debt when it's necessary or you want to. So it's a fixed cost. If you go to the sheet, what I'm really recommending for the first split, you go over there to the schools, and this is their estimate right now, and it's going to have would be to increase our sales tax. This by that 13 million, decrease that by the 13 million, which would be a net zero. And then move that extra $13 million of property tax over into your capital projects, and then it's going to leave you $4 million worth of sales tax over in that service that's for the unincorporated area, and I would recommend for now move that over to your capital projects.
So,
For the short term, at least.
before we make any of these moves, is everybody tracking what we're doing here?
That way you can demonstrate your knowledge.
Because this is a big move, I'm happy to take a vote on it, or are we just good with it?
I'm a little confused on the 1-for-1 with the schools. How does that work?
So we're, property tax bucket, sales tax bucket.
Okay.
Right.
The debt service.
Correct.
We've been using it for debt service.
We've been using this sales tax for school debt, qualified school debt, so
Okay.
it's arguable.
Okay.
What we're doing is we're saying, hey, we're taking this sales tax and we're moving that to apply to the schools, and then we are dollar for dollar removing property tax pennies, and we're putting them back over into capital.
Capital.
So let's
That's what we're doing.
Let's show that, 13,136,913.
No maintenance of effort change at this point, just dollar for dollar.
Dollar for dollar.
13,136,913 there. Okay, that's sales tax. Go up to their property tax, and mine's got that same amount right here. And I only made these orange because we're going to show it all in here, but it gets spread across these orange accounts because they're all property tax. Okay, then go over to capital projects, which is the county capital, put 13,136,1 there. Zero that out. Okay. And then go down to the sales tax and debt service. And minus that same 13,136,000. So all you do is shift that money around. Yeah, minus, you know, that much that big slide that right on there. Okay. So now your decision is less than what's on this sheet. 4,286,000, because if you go down here, go to the bottom. There's a line that shows all the changes in the taxes that should take no rate. Yeah. See that 294,186, that's the total change since your first budget on revenue. That was the change for the billing grants. If you go up here, go and show them what that is. So this right here is when something together. So it shows you net zeros. That's what that is. That's the change from the .004 to .006 from the first budget for the building permits. Now the question is, go back to show the sales, debt service and sales tax. If you look, you've got 4,286,000 we think is unincorporated, so right now, because, you know, you've got several large capital, and your debt service large capital is the most advantageous thing to use with one-time funds. I would recommend for now moving the second half of the sales tax over into the capital projects fund, or minusing it there and throwing it over into this.
I agree with that. Does anybody have any issues with that? Putting it over into capital projects means it's not moving toward maintenance of effort increase for anybody. We have several capital projects we're gonna have to deal with, so some of what we're talking about is gonna be kind of a successive buildup of capital, which we intentionally drew down a bit last year.
And we don't get penalized for keeping it in capital.
Don't get penalized there.
I bet top is 4,280 there, Joe. And then minus that into that 250 out. And then go back down to that one formula, make sure all the don't kids. We got that. Now what we can do is go over there, if you would, two things, we could zero out sales tax, because the schools, you're just gonna see them in your mind, you don't have fun. So go to that, what you do, go over there and zero out sales tax in your debt service, and then it would all go up. Where's your capital projects there? $4 million goes into capital projects, the profit to that, and then property tax should be $13 billion more. Well, that's that $13 million, that's in there. So your capital project should pick up $13,136,913, more property tax is $4,280,156,170. You can go over to the budget and get that up. And then it can show them what your numbers look like, if you want to do your debt service and capital. That way you can restructure it.
The 294,000, that was the increase from .04 to .06.
Yes, sir.
Does that stay in the building or the codes?
It stays in the county general fund, and the county general fund pays the building and codes department.
General fund, okay.
I have a question on it.
Go ahead.
Well, it's not,
She hasn't done it yet. I'll say go to debt service and pull out all the sales tax. That 14 million over there, just delete it out, that's the first change. Make it zero.
14 million, not that.
It's
14 or 17?
17, you're gonna move it all goes, okay, now, go and show that, and then we'll go over to capital and show them what it makes it look like. Go show them the summary, Bethany, there you go. So it's gonna bring you back down to 33, and that's it's still a large balance, but that's probably what I'd kind of shoot for right now, maybe slightly below it. And those distributions like this 26 million extra interest earnings will zero out, and these will all change around.
So, and also to be clear here, I mean, in order to keep us at this level, we're gonna have to kind of reallocate these pennies back to that service next budget, right?
When the interest and stuff goes down, you're gonna need to reallocate several of these capital project pennies back, but they are in a capital projects fund, which are one-time capital, so it'll make it. That's why you don't wanna move it to an operational fund.
Correct, that's correct.
We put all that in operational fund, and another reason is.
So is everybody tracking here with just like?
And we'll go to capital in a second, we haven't added any yet, but click on the revenue again, and I'll show you another reason.
We don't want to put those toward recurring costs, because we're gonna need to put them back this next year. We're gonna draw down 1 year, plus back up next year.
And the other thing is, next year, you may get hit a little more than you think, because if you look, we don't know, go back to the interest there. And you know, we picked up some cash, but you know, we haven't picked up enough cash to make this kind of interest earnings difference. And if we hadn't hit that, they're even worse back in here. So the thing is, you had in 07, 08, you had these kind of earnings. If everybody knows, we've got really high earnings for one reason right now. Because there's a lot of inflation, because there's been a lot of federal overspending. Now, just to be honest, they won't admit it, but we all know what really is going on. They cause massive inflation right now. Yep, they've caused inflation, they've raised interest rates, trying to fix it, and it's caused earnings to accelerate. That's got to have to stop. So when it stops, we don't want to be banking on that to pay debt payments. That's why you're moving to a one-time. Now go over to capital projects, Bethany, and two places. You need to put that $4 million. You need to add a line for sales tax to make sure we capture it, and I'll tell you the two amounts. It would be under. I would add in the middle of one of those. That way it'll catch in your subtotal, even though it's in the wrong place. I would add it a little lower to make sure it captures that summary on the front. Even though it's in the wrong place, I'd add it on line 28 probably. Click on it and add it there. You go. It'll capture your total front if you do that. And we'll correct it later. Its location and stuff. Okay, and the amount of sales tax you would pick up would be $4,286,617. and then go up to your property tax and increase it by another net in $13,136,913. Okay. And that doesn't do anything for the general fund or any of the highway or anything, but that does deal with the debt service and
This is step one.
now step two was what you guys have been discussing, but if we go back to that spreadsheet,
You can talk about schools. Yeah.
go to the far right and I'll show you what we've got on the far right now. We've got the same dollars for the schools. The only thing he did was change for right now, the 13, go through there and show them what we showed Beth, that $13 million between those two categories. So if you go down the total again, based on the same distribution of the original, the property, it'd be that compared to that's what your MOE, which is $10,733,604. So you have to decide if you're going to give them 126, whatever that amount is, or 137,296, or somewhere in between, or whatever.
So the math we were doing, I mean, this is my recommendation on this, and we can feel free to all fight about it. What happened last year is that we left it at maintenance of effort, but they're collecting this, and we basically have to go back and claw it back, which we didn't do, and I don't think we would plan to do again this year. So recognizing that we've got, that we're at a $10 million surplus, or giving them a $10 million surplus, and we project it again this year, what I'd like to do is bring that down, budget them down for a $7.5 million MOE increase. So it's a $7.5 million MOE increase, but we would reduce.
So you have to reduce property tax.
Yeah, we would reduce the overall pennies allocated to the schools. So if you think about it, the way I think about this, I'm not exactly sure that's right how I think about that. The sales tax is going to help them on the ceiling, but we're bringing up their floor and we're reducing their ceiling a little bit. So we're bringing up the floor from 126 to about 132, 133. But this ceiling that goes away because you're going to give them, you're going to reduce the overall penny allocation. So they're going to get a lower penny allocation, which I don't know when the last time that has happened.
It was when Mr. Stone and Frank Prison happened. I think they decreased them a couple of times by about 2 or 3 cents.
So
about 3 cents.
We're bringing them down a bit, but on the other hand, we're providing them with the full allocation, the full 50% of the sales tax, which should give them some upside in the long run. But we're reducing their overall ceiling for property tax. That's the idea.
2010 or 11, I think, last time. But to find out what that difference would be, take the 7, no, go back down to the bottom, I'm sorry.
So
7.5 to 10, okay.
So what I would suggest is that we start with that 7.5, and then we play out the rest of what we're going to do with all of the other departments here, and see where we end up with the balanced budget.
Where did you want to stick?
And if it looks like we're short, we can come back.
Where does the 3 point, what's the million total? Where do you want to put that at, Matt?
Capital.
Capital problems, what's the total in there?
Well, we can put in capital now. I think you'll end up needing to allocate some of it over to operational, but this is a little different because that's recurring.
That's recurring.
It's recurring, so this $3 million because this $3 million was recurring that we're having, and very different than what we're bringing out of debt service, which we need to plus up next year. So this $3 million, I think, is what we can use to help balance out some of the needs that we have with the county employees.
I think there's some discussion about capital possibly giving us some.
So if we're increasing MOE, is this going to bring us to the TISA?
No.
I mean, I know it's not going to do it all at once, but is it getting us closer to the $50,000 threshold?
Yes, it is, but yes, it is, however, so yes, it does. But I also called William, I watched the school's budget, and it will not bring us all the way there. And we can't, so we got 2 more budget cycles, and I called Representative Lambert, who I know is all over this, and I asked him point blank, and I'm going to use his name in vain here, but he said, I told him, I said, look, the school's got a lot less this year from the state than we're anticipating, and straight up, we can't make up the difference. So over the next 2 years, are you intending to assist with the schools to bring them to the 50,000 minimum that the governor has mandated? He said, absolutely. So the answer to your question is this will help them, it'll help them balance their budget this year, but we're not gonna be on the hook, according to our reps, for the rest of it. So we should be able to do this year, and, you know, if there's a small bump next year, that's fine, but we're not gonna be on the hook for the rest of it. And if we end up that way, I think everybody in here should start calling our state reps, because that's been their word.
You did mention that you might want to look at giving them a little out of capital, we did not affect their MOE, because I think several of you mentioned to me that there's been a lot of discussion, the schools need some capital help. I think it's been mentioned to several.
We could, yeah, I mean, we could put $1 million in capital for that. Go ahead. I'm good with that.
Last year, they received $31 million extra from the state. Was that recurring or is that one time?
That was recurring.
They got
$3 million.
recurring last year.
Right.
This year they're getting $3 million.
That was what I understand. I think it was just 3.
I was speaking with Slater, he thought it was $7.8 million. So I guess, we can figure out what the number is, and I don't know if that was just because that was what they were posting in the House school choice bill. If it would have passed, they would get something for that much more money.
Okay.
I think we got I think if that was passed, it would be like $70-some million.
Yeah, I mean, we can,
They got more money.
yeah, we can.
Takes.
So right now, we're looking at,
Mr.
from where we were a year ago, or 2 years ago, they're getting $34 million more recurring
Yes.
from the state. And that should be,
Yes,
you can't
that's
throw us up bringing those salaries up.
That's the
That's a
idea.
lot of money, it's almost like it should have been, honestly.
Well, I don't know how the math works out. I mean, I don't know. We're extremely transparent with all of our salaries. I haven't seen that whole flow down.
Well, I've been trying to figure it out. Well, I know that in 2019, when they raised property taxes for $8.8 million, they did that. They needed to do it. That was for 2,200 certified employees. I think is what that number was for. But I'm just trying to figure out like what is the gap the state has to meet, because I mean it's unfair, because the state said it's only going to fund it for 3 years, is what they have said. I spoke with Representative Slater. That 3 years that the state is giving, it's just literally 3 years of funding, increasing their funding, and then they're stopping. So we're in year 2. Next year's the last year. Is my point. If we're counting years, and that's a 3-year thing. So my point is, there seems to be a lot of different people saying a lot of different things from a lot of different sources I've never got a straight answer. It's concerning. But when it comes to
My understanding was it's from now a 3-year burn-in still.
What was the rough question I'm going to take you to about the funding?
what is, just want to make sure, when did that 3-year period start? Was it last year? Or did we get a 3-year period for the state?
I think
the state mandated by 26-27 that the all teachers are at $50,000.
I think the real question here is how long will the state continue to fund through TISA continue to fund recurring in order to maintain the $50,000 minimum?
Jimmy asking if he knows, he may not.
Yeah, I mean, ask that. And the other one is, I think, with the early one is how much did they get in additional recurring funding this last year? I thought it was about 3.5.
No.
I heard about 3, and then I heard of 7.8 today.
Do you know how long the state will what now?
Will continue to support recurring funding for the $50,000 teacher minimum.
Well, technically, if it's recurring, you're never going to take away the $34 million they've given us minimum.
Well, they shouldn't, but I mean, what you just said kind of makes me.
Well, that's what I just don't know.
So that's question 1.
I don't know.
So I'll be honest about the new school plan, what some people, and I won't name names, told me about when I was looking into why we were changing it. They said, well, we do these changes every couple of decades because we have to even it out, and all the counties have to be equalized. Kind of, there's 4 counties out there, and they need equal education. This is what a state kind of official said. So what happens, Jerry, is we throw a lot of money at it, and then we kind of equal it out, and nobody notices who the winners and losers are. So it goes for 3 years, and we throw a lot of money at it, and then it kind of levels out. And so we're kind of on the wealthy end. So when it levels out with the new different parameters in there, some of the poorer counties, we're equaling out so that they get the same education opportunity. You know, so they do come with 3 years, throw the money at it.
So while we're doing this, what I would recommend is we go ahead and, because I think go ahead.
Let me see if I got the right questions for everybody real quick before I send it. Do you know how or how long, you So how long is that?
How long?
Oh, I hate
We got some control.
You send it to.
I'm gonna send it to school, see if he knows how long.
I have some control.
He may not know.
He may not know, that's what I'm saying.
There's another
Yeah, tell us, I say, do you know how long the state will continue to fund the $50,000 minimum neither?
But while we're getting answers back and forth on this, once he sends them, I would recommend we go ahead, because we went through the math on
So
this.
just it came up, I was
We did that, yeah, I would recommend we do the 7.5.
The $50,000 minimum for schools, also, can you tell them how much additional state funding you are receiving this year?
Yeah, that's what I think, that's what we asked.
Okay.
So while we're waiting on that, I'd recommend we push this. I mean, we can always come back and revisit it, but this gives us a baseline for whereby we know kind of how much we have to play with for the rest of the balancing of the budget.
Did you want us to add $1 million?
We can, yeah, that's fine, because it's capital one time.
Can you go over to the school section, just add $1 million in capital? Now, that, my understanding, that will not add your MOE.
It will not.
And I had questions earlier about the 5-year average, and I had Toby to call Wesley, because while I was looking at it, it did add to the 5-year average, but Wesley's saying that or Toby's telling me that Wesley's saying the county technical assistant's opinion is that if we give them money in capital projects,
We're closing this one out, we're gonna shift over, I think, to phase 3 now.
But I'll answer your question before we start the
That's
discussion,
fine.
because it makes a big difference.
Any other notes on this one? All right, what do we wanna push to next?
I think the one was the discussion with Toby is everybody's heard all the way back from Judy's time, has been here any time, that the reason that the highway department, there's two things, inflation's affecting them, and number two, they're in a continual repair mode, that they cannot get things repaired. If you look at your capital projects fund budget this year, Beth, can you click on it? Yep, Sumner, I'm sorry. Even with everything in there, I know you're probably not gonna find everything in there, go back a bit, but if you look, you've got $20.7 million in, capital projects. So the discussion with Toby was, if you're looking at his budget, he's quite a bit in deficit, needs help to find more of a long-term viable plan, inflation's killing him. And one of the thought processes was over the next 2 to 3 years, how much cash would it take to basically with his staff and outsourcing to finish every county road back to a decent shape in 2 years? And then I think, what was the amount that you thought for 2 years, Toby, additional?
Well, I went back and looked at the roadway ratings.
Sorry, you recognize it, I'm sorry.
I can entertain motion. All in favor?
Apologies.
We've got a little over 200 roads that the ratings are anywhere from 8 to 10. They're terrible. We were discussing like 20 million and what that would do, and it would be an approximate of, that would take care of the worst roads. It would be approximately somewhere between 140 to 150 miles that would be taken care of relatively quickly.
So the idea here is, with the exception, the vast majority, if you look at highways expenditures, his is the one where, we had a $4 million deficit, and part of that was requiring the 2 months of additional runway, in their fund balance. So, the thought was, okay, look, if we were to do that year over year over year, it would start to be very difficult to sustain. However, we were just kind of spitballing ideas of how to get around this. The thought was that we would put this amount, let's say 20 million, and we can hash out over what we think that's going to be, but it's a large sum. We would appropriate it for a specific line item for highway repair and upgrade, for a catch-up fund, if you want to call it that. We can figure out a name to call it. This fund would be drawn down. I actually thought we said we'd draw it down over 3 years, but this fund would be drawn down over the course of 2 to 3 years, while maintaining Toby's maintenance of effort plus their salary change. So if you look at the big difference, there's about a 40% difference year over year in the highway fund requirements. But almost all of that, I mean, it's none of it's anything other than inflation for materials. It really is. His salary increases are about 1/10 of the overall. I think they were like $350,000 to $400,000. So it's salary increase that it's asking for is really, one, you look at what he's asking for versus market, and they're all on point. The other, it's just not making that big of an impact. His expenditures are all coming from material. So the thought here was that we take a chunk, we put it over into capital, and Mr. Ellis basically gets to keep it. He'll stay at maintenance of effort, plus what we're going to do for his employees, but he'll eat off of that in order to wrap it. Some of that will be contracted work, honestly, if we want to get that through. Some of it's going to be contracted work. But the idea is over the course of the next 3 years, we will repave and fix every single mile of road in the county. That was, I think, what we discussed. Is that correct, Mr. Ellis?
Well, it's taking care of the worst roads that are just.
Well, there are some that are up to standard
There's
now.
some that's up to standard.
Those which are up to standard, right. The ones which are.
It gets us to a manageable area where it's more maintained.
Now, the question that we had, that Mr. Long and I were discussing, CTAS kind of agreed with me. Your reading of it was a little bit different. To me, I think it actually washes out. And the question is, we have to make, for maintenance, the question is, does this $20 million, will that count toward his maintenance of effort? The statute is that his maintenance of effort is a 5-year moving average. So if you think about it, he's asking for $4 million more now. We're going to be giving, and then that number would increase the next year, and we still wouldn't get a catch-up, and it would increase the next year after that, and you still wouldn't get a catch-up. 20 million, let's say 18, just to make the math easy, divided by 3 is 6. So $6 million plus the 10 million, 16, 16, 16 plus 20, divided by 5, is going to give you about 14 million. So your maintenance of effort, doing it this way, even if you're right, runs out to be about the same as what would happen if you did the maintenance of effort for what he's asking for, and you don't get the catch-up. So to me, this is a win-win. To me, this is, we'll do the surge, we'll do it out of capital, we can materially improve the, as Toby has said, the single biggest asset that we have in the county, and we do so in a way that won't change his maintenance of effort any more than what we would have had to do just to keep him on catch-up mode. That's my opinion. I think the math works out here, but I'll open up for discussion. Mr. Hyde.
Question, I have 2 questions, because the 20 million would all go to highway. Are there not any needs elsewhere?
It won't go to.
Are there any needs elsewhere?
There are, and we'll be able to fund those. There will be, those will be also able to be funded through capital. I mean, even with doing this, we still, for Mr. Long's point, we'd still be able to pick up all the other capital needs minus maybe $2 million.
Right now, you're showing a $20 million positive with everybody's request in there for everything originally in there right now.
So we catch
That
up.
has been
Even
cut.
that's if we gave every single thing we had been
And
asked
the
for.
second thing I have to say is, and I'm certainly not trusting believing what Toby is saying, but I'm hearing you say this will fix every road in the county, and then Toby comes back and says, well, it will fix the major road. I don't like to float on things like that. I like to know, what will it fix? How much will it fix? What will it fix?
So go ahead.
Well, just one other thing. I saw this week that the PPI has gone up, and the markets have not reacted. I know there's going to be a lag time before the CPI is going to cause all that inflation to happen, and that's what scares me right now. We're about to see a huge price increase, and if we don't,
This actually helps that. I know that actually helps.
I know outrun inflation, but I know that's what I'm saying. If we could get ahead of this, maybe do something, because we're about to head into a recession or something.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see Ms. Boyd.
So, how long a time period are we looking at?
So I believe we talked about a 3-year. I mean, we just came up with, to be fair to Mr. Ellis, this was a general concept of a plan that we just came up with yesterday. So I doubt you've had a chance to put together a road by road overlay, but that might be helpful.
It's, the roads I went back and looked at this afternoon, this far down here, we're looking at, the roads that are in desperate repair, it's around 222 miles. And judging by
Mr. Hodges.
Yeah,
Which road, this is a question, Toby, he's asking. After the 20 million's gone in your normal maintenance, is all the bad roads gonna be gone? In other words, every road gonna be in considered good shape? There's not gonna be some in-between semi-bad roads left, are they?
There still could be some, but it's based on if this is a 2 to 3 year period, I'm gonna have 2 to 3 years of roads are still getting worse. So that's the point, that I don't know how much worse are we gonna have some more winters like this, but it's the cost to everything is going up. And this would be a real infusion to help us try to get ahead and do catch-up.
We'll get rid of all the currently bad
Yes.
roads. Barring that a road's flooded out or something, he's gonna get rid of currently bad
Like
ones.
this week, I mean, I didn't know we were gonna have this flood, and I've got roads that are not there yet, that will be buried. And, but that's part of it that I have to roll with. Right now, we're doing a lot of bridge approaches this week, and the next 2 or 3 weeks to try to get the roads back open, going back over the bridges.
Ms. Boyd?
So, I would like to follow up with Mr. Hyde. I'd like to see a list of the roads and go see what a bad road looks like.
Yeah,
I know
or an
my-
overlay or something like that.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. But also, before we go forward, I want to address my concerns for financial management. As far as we're struggling in financial management to meet the financial management requirements. And I know that the Financial Management Committee voted for September 1st for you to move purchasing over. So you said you don't know if you can do that, the subcommittee's unsure. And before I can go trusting in this plan, I gotta trust that we can meet the requirements in our financial management act. So where are we with that? Because I can't move forward on this huge plan if I don't know if we're gonna fulfill our management act. And then we have the other issue there of the Chrome.
I don't know, to be honest, me and Dave just talked on several occasions, and, it's something that we've been talking about, but I've got a natural disaster I'm working on right now, and the thing is that, Kronos, nobody's, is it gonna work for us?
It has,
I guess the elephant in the room is, it hasn't worked yet, and I think every elected official would be happy with it if it meets our needs and it works. So I don't think that would be a problem.
if you could tell us what hasn't worked.
Because it's in the sheriff and EMS's department in all the counties right now.
So maybe, I've got an idea here. We could go, what about this? What if we put this in here? We're gonna have to tie this in a bow at some other juncture. What if we could take a vote on this, and we could say that we will set this, funding aside in, as a specific line item in capital. And Mr. Hyde, in capital, we have a lot more control over than if we put it into the highway fund itself. So, we still would maintain control over it throughout the process. But I would argue that we could put this in here subject to 2 contingencies. The first one is a timeline of 6 months or in the calendar year. We can just say 6 months. For
Financial
compliance.
management voted September 1st for purchasing.
Okay. We could do that. We could put a contingent to that. And then also contingent on a project plan with an overlay showing exactly what roads and what their current status is and what their projected status will be, and then the timing. Actually have a good road-by-road project plan here. So I would propose, and I would say,
Just to add to
yeah,
that,
go ahead.
can I ask Mr. Long a question? Could you, bring Toby up in the list, or where is he in the list?
He's
Or do we
already-
move him to the top?
Right now, the thing is, we send an email out to everybody, and we've finished libraries and magistrates as fast groups that are in the system right now. We sent an email out to everybody else, and nobody was really wanting to move forward. They're waiting. I'm not really sure. Some have got the courts, some of them's got elections, some of them didn't respond. Toby has no holdbacks. He has a holdback, so he's not got the holdback issue.
And if I can address the committee, Kronos was chosen by a subcommittee way before any of us were here. The Financial Management Act was written, passed, and a subcommittee went out and spent extensive time picking the system they wanted.
Including school board, yeah.
Including school board, everybody has, I have nothing in that. We're just trying to implement what the past has directed us to do.
It's one of the biggest ones in the world. So the issue we've got right now is there's several departments with no holdbacks that causes a lot of automation issues. One's gone and a few other ones. We've contacted the sheriff. We're starting to work with him, hopefully shortly, on actually doing a direct upload with him. But what it requires is the lieutenants and sergeants would have to sign off, and we need to practice that because of whatever they sign off on, ultimately what's going to get paid. So if they sign off on the stuff and it gets imported, it doesn't get looked at as closely. So we've got to make sure everybody's practiced, understands that, and understands what's going on. It's not the system. It's we've never done it that way before. We've got a large department, and we're just like Eric's back there. We want to be cautious because if their lieutenants or sergeants aren't signing off, well, they sign off this employee should do this or that, and that's what the system's going to do. And right now, we have an employee manually looking at it, but the employee gets the comfort level. That way, we've got to go from that comfort level with the employee to actually you sign off and you look at your people's stuff. The system itself is working. The only problem we have is the holdbacks. And then the EMSers, if you were finding us with their telestaff, it's nothing to do with Cronus, but it was, they had an employee that did telestaff, they've left, so our office is trying to help, but they have no specialist needs, so we really need to get in. But my recommendation Monday is to bring an RFQ for consultants we've got in the budget and knock this thing out in the next short period, but everybody's going to have to work on it, and that's where we're at. If nobody's willing to work on it, I can't make a schedule.
Mr. Hyde, did you have?
Well, back to what, Gary said, Commissioner Boyd said, whether it's a friend of mine or not, we can't operate as a county with some departments deciding to do things, other departments deciding not. For one thing, it's not fair to those departments that are complying and doing what they should. And I, for one, am like Terry. I will have to have some kind of assurance that there's going to be compliance, or I'm not voting for this when it hits the floor. And I would strongly encourage the Financial Management Committee to set certain deadlines, and the deadlines would be on the department heads, not on financial management, to get any kind of pay if Cronus is not in place. But that's just me, but I would like some kind of assurance of compliance. I didn't know until today that this was still a lingering problem, and it bothers me.
Mr. Mansfield, I'll get you, Jerry.
I was going to just add, just remind everybody, this is the law. It's non-compliance with the law. This color has been breaking the law for a long time, but it's still excusable. And if the subcommittee they've already voted for a deadline of September 1st, and that's what needs to happen, in my opinion. So you mentioned, so I'm going to make a motion for September 1st implementation, fully rolled over in compliance with the Financial Management Act, as well as that list of like what are we committed to these roads so we know it's actually like doable. Before.
Yeah, I'm good with this. I'll second
my motion.
Yeah, I'll second it.
So,
Go ahead. Well, I'll bring us into order here first. Do I take this? So I'm moving us back into order. We have a motion. If you would state it again.
Motion is the agreement, I guess
Is contingent on.
contingent upon the disbursement of these funds for this 3-year plan. It's a 3-year plan or a 2-year plan, so like it might be a 3-year plan. We're talking about 5-year averages being safe for what Dave was talking about. He's concerned about. I know CTAS is saying one thing. I've talked to CTAS and thought about capital, not maintenance every time. David and I had these arguments before as well.
I'll go with how the commission views it.
Yeah, but
I'll tell you facts, you determine what you.
yeah, so I understand, but the point being, because the average doing this way over 3 years is better than 2 years because you're going to less.
I think speaking with Mr. Ellis, I think a 3-year plan is probably more realistic.
Well, I'm just, so my motion is that the disbursement of these funds, according to these plans, is contingent upon a September 1st implementation of the Financial Management Act, the Highway Department, and then some kind of
Submission of a plan.
That we can actually do it.
I'll second that. I'm good with it. Ms. Boyd and then Mr. Lund.
And Toby, there's a concern Toby brought to me, we need to make sure we're all on the same page. He mentioned to me on the phone earlier, and we need to talk about it.
Go ahead, Ms. Boyd.
So if I could add to that, one of the items that we've had many options for is the holdback period. I would like to add the item that I went back and I was looking through articles that Mr. Holt suggested for the holdback period, which was to move payday 1 day every quarter until it's taken care of. And I read that in the.
So is this commission going to do something that Mr. Holt
I would like to do what Mr. Holt suggested.
All right. I'm hearing from Ms. Boyd and Mr. Brown.
And I honestly, if he looked at this, I thought about calling him.
All right. So Mr. Mansfield, would you like to change your motion to state that you would like to incorporate, are you going to make the
I'll
amendment?
make that, yeah, I'll
And I'll second your, and I can tell you why it didn't go forward is everybody blowed up on hold.
everybody was up,
They were all upset at him with the blowed up on him, that's why it didn't go. He was going that position, then it changed.
Well, but this would only be, this could only be really applicable to highway, right?
no.
Highway, they got a hold back, you don't pay for
Then if we're gonna, this needs to be separate, in my opinion.
I will make it separate.
This needs to be
The hold back
separate.
is for, they already got a hold back period.
Yeah, we're just, so you're removing that? Because I removed my second on that one, because it's separate from this. I think it's separate from
Yeah,
highway.
finance will have to go across all of it.
Yours would be.
Yes, that's right. So I'm gonna pull us back, well, let's go ahead and take the motion, then I'll pull us back out of here. All right, any other discussion on this? All right,
Can I just ask for clarification? The motion is that this be contingent on 9/1/24 compliance with Kronos, et cetera.
Well, how about purchasing and then Kronos shortly thereafter or something, because we're not ready, you haven't even approached him about.
well, so let's give it
Kronos,
timeline
we
he
just
can hit.
Let's
give it
purchasing, we could do that. September first. September one purchasing, yeah, that was the deadline, they never gave you a deadline for.
Can we move
My
up
motion,
to,
my motion is September the 1st deadline to come into compliance with the Financial Management Act, is that the state passed. Is that the Financial Management Act is
So-
possible?
do you want to take it or do you want to?
How about we put, for the purchasing September 1, and then give him another 90 days for Kronos, that way we can get this RFQ out and everything.
So that gives us to end the year, basically.
Yeah, for the second half, yeah.
All right,
That would be my motion.
so
But it also included some overlay.
yes, we want to,
It's an overlay.
it's a project plan, sorry, go ahead.
Basically, some kind of project plan for the roads, and some kind of, for what, if we're gonna get this much capital for paving this, like, what is that? Is it,
What's going on?
like, what does that really look like?
I think y'all need to give finance another person, because they can't handle POs now.
We are perfectly.
That's all,
This is the issue.
we got it, that's a separate.
You can read-
separate
if you can read
discussion.
emails.
Hold on. Separate discussion, we hold that.
Can
Separate
I
discussion.
ask for clarification?
Yes, Ms. Boyd.
Are you just holding it for the list, or do you want to review it at that time before we go forward? Or if it meets all these parameters, it just rolls forward, or do you want to look at the program before it rolls forward?
Just however you can, anywhere, it's a concern of yours, so we want to address that, and just make sure that it can be actually done.
I would trust what Mr. Long, said.
So this is just, are we going to look at it to make sure it meets these requirements before we release the $20 million?
Yes.
Well, okay,
So, yeah, it's contingent on it, we'll have to review it.
okay, that's
we'll have
all I
to
wanted
review
to
it.
make sure.
Okay, are we good on this? Can you restate it one more time?
So me,
No,
Here's-
Mr. Mayor.
How would you read it?
Go ahead.
here's how I've got it, the motion is that it, be contingent on 9/1/24 compliance for purchasing with the Financial Management Act, and for payroll by the end of the year, and also include an overlay of roads to be worked on or some sort of plan.
Calendar year.
Yep.
I said that, I meant that, yes.
All right, any other discussion on this, Ms. Boyd?
So can I make a motion to help facilitate this through finance by again bringing forth Mr. Holt's idea of moving forward these pay periods?
That's just a separate, but that would apply to everybody, so I don't.
Okay.
Toby already has a whole bag.
Yeah, let's just.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
One quick question. If Toby can accelerate the process through other contractors, years instead of 3?
I mean, yes, that, all of this.
Because I think the longer we wait, the more expensive asphalt's
Yes.
gonna
So
get.
Toby has a concern, and I need to
No,
voice
go
that.
ahead, go ahead.
Okay, well, we're talking about 20 million, that's what Toby points out. He's got a normal amount of roads he does for a normal budget. He's already got a problem in his maintenance budget, maintaining. If you look at it, so he was saying that when he's giving us the 20 million, he wasn't accounting for that he needs money in his existing budget, that was made up by ARPA temporary. So he told me that on the phone. If I'm understanding you correctly, Toby, it's not inclusive of that.
So, I mean, so if we go 444, that's 12, so what you're really talking about is an $8 million surge.
Yeah, he needs more.
Well, so we've got a plan coming, let's just see with the 20 what that plan's gonna look like. I think we go with this 20 and see what that plan, because within that 20 would account for the.
But I mean, are you trying to do 20 extra?
No, what I'm saying, we're gonna do the 20 total and see what the, when we were asked for a plan, let's just see what that plan looks like. Let's see what that.
Let's go to his budget right now, that's where we're gonna have to look at it too, because it's all, look at the summary on it, that's starting spending. If you look at summary, and Toby says there's probably more, and I talked to him more than 1.6, he's got some unspent funds, that's probably gonna help some with that, but if you look, he's, just hit plus the revenue minus expenditures, and it'll show the difference on, just go down below there you go, let's just go down below it, show the differences, plain, sheer difference. Okay, hit minus there. This difference is $4 million, and if we go to his appropriations, we can see where most of that's at.
Oh,
It's right there. Now, his budget's $3 million more than last year, but if you, it's asphalt, the next line down there is crushed stone.
Well, and you did one.
I'll take a vote to.
It's supplies.
I want to finish this vote off, real quick, and then we can pull out of here. Motion's on the floor. Any other discussion on this? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So what we'll do is just to make this super clear, Mr. Ellis, this is 20 million raw, which would include what you would need for maintenance in those years. And just bring us back that plan of what it looks like, and we'll take a look at it from there. That's what we just passed. All right, Mr. Long?
Well, we're just talking about Toby's operational budget, we need to look at it too.
I mean,
Yes, what page? I'm still, I like the paper.
Paper.
I like the paper, I'm just trying to,
I like the paper.
I like the paper, I'm just trying to.
I'm gonna, take a vote to move us out of, so we can talk freely. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Ellis, go ahead.
Part of the deal is I had an infusion of our.
I've looked at it 3 times.
First year coming off, which was 1.2 million, this year was 1.8 million we're looking at. And so,
I don't know yet, I'm trying.
discussions, we were planning on in our fund to have enough money to have it
I don't
this
see it,
year.
I mean, I went through it.
And it's not there, so that's the one reason that it's up. And of course, another problem I've had is that MIG, went up $20 a ton last year, and it went up $60 a ton this year. So that's how much more I'm paying year over year versus what I've had. So that's a bit, that's just where we're at.
In other words, what Toby's trying to say is when you see the $3 million increase in his
103,
expense,
103.
1.4 of that was really over in ARPA.
It's
So it's really 1.6, which is.
It's very similar to the situation we had with pay for EMS and Sheriff's Department, except this was more appropriate because it was for material and not, but it ultimately it's the same thing.
That's in line with what I normally get.
And the rest of it is really just accounts for inflation. So we get it. I mean, I don't think there's an argument on that that's not.
Yeah, and there's no way to anticipate either.
So I think the question is, like, what do we want? I mean, really all that's left, what we just really voted for was to say we're gonna, as I understood it, we're doing, bump the salaries up, as asked, unless we want to argue over the salaries, but I think those are in line with market. Are they?
Can we go back?
Do we look at them?
You didn't look at
We hadn't looked at them.
Yeah.
We can look at them.
But it's not gonna make your big number.
But it's not gonna make a huge difference. What I would prefer to do is stay right there. Or do we know what that penny's gonna be? What's that?
No, I don't.
What I'm assuming right now, y'all put your existing revenues with a very truncated growth on the total revenues.
We don't evaluate any of that.
No, but if we're below that truncated amount, then there's an issue with the reappraisal.
I'll tell you what I'll recommend on this, is that we give what has been asked for his salary increases. But, given that we just put this, a contingent, plan in place for the 20 million, we, give him maintenance of effort for the mix. So we would reduce that additional 3 million ask. So he's got a $3 million ask, the difference, for material, for new paving, but we just said we're gonna give him 20 million over the course of 3 years. So I would recommend we reduce that 3 million, because that's accounted for in the 20. That would be my recommendation. Give the salaries.
You're reducing that so that goes against MOE.
Yes, correct.
So where, do you know on this sheet, I mean, I'm looking at.
And I don't have.
Salary study survey, does it? David, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's here. We passed out a copy of everybody's, there's a same. Oh, it's the same thing.
It's just bigger.
Oh, yes, look at that.
I didn't bring back my, org chart. You better get my
I've got
chart.
a word chart.
The Public Works is on page number 5. And as we looked last time, we all looked at the email, these are all based on the fourth quarter of 2023, so it should be relatively new, means December 2023.
What page is appendix, this is in?
Right.
We have this one.
Here's a handout, these are separate handouts.
Yeah, but in the appendix.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Compare, you know what page, are you kidding?
yes,
Oh,
I
it
forget.
is 39.
Page 39.
I'm gonna organize mine like that. Mine. Do we not have it?
Did we ever?
Did we get an org chart for highway?
Do we ever receive an org chart?
I don't, I mean, if we did, I mean,
I
I don't have them with me.
think I have. We might ask Toby if he sent one, he probably knows.
I don't know.
Did you send us an org chart? I can't remember.
I've got one, I'll give it to him.
He's got one, I don't think we got it or not.
I don't think we do, because
I can't swear we got it or not, we just didn't link it.
I think
I'm sorry, Toby,
I had all of them, yeah. I don't know the restaurant.
well, let's finish counting these salaries.
Do we need to do 5 minute break to know? One of us does.
Yeah.
All right, we'll do a 5 minute break.
So moved. Second, all in favor?
Okay.
So David, where's comparables for like, we're looking at.
Page 4 and 5, maybe page 5.
Equipment operator, equipment operation and maintenance, or public works.
Well, I'm looking under public works.
Highway.
Public Works, Streets, Highway, Operations Manager,
Crew supervisor, would that would be.
yeah.
Was this, compared to other counties?
Yes,
This
Compared entities.
Mr. Hyde.
It was a
Like
group.
this.
It was a group right
It's
here.
in today's package.
It was a group N16 down here.
Yeah, I knew one, I didn't know.
It just, yes, we have a new one, but it's the exact same.
It's a new one, but the same.
Same, it's just reprinted. Don't think we're bringing new stuff in.
In case somebody marked on theirs or forgot it.
it's on the list.
I didn't get mine.
Brought that one.
Yes. So let's go to the entities included are the one that says 16 on the end.
Page 5.
So we've got,
So I'm looking at area area foreman, so what I'm looking at compare the bridge foreman area, all these foremen is, operations manager, superintendent. And that's, median is, 88,000 for, median across the board.
They're not all superintendents. What do you?
What I was trying to find, I'm trying to find an equivalent. These are actually lower.
The equivalence is,
Which
keep
line?
going down. You're looking at crew supervisor, road.
But yeah, there's no.
it's probably crew supervisor, be your
Probably
closest.
crew supervisor.
Yeah, you'd be your
Close to
closest.
that, I mean,
They're pretty close to the equivalent. Well, they're a little higher, ain't it?
I mean, how many,
6 to 82.
Well, the crew supervisor 62.
Mr. Ellis, how many folks do these folks oversee?
They oversee anywhere from,
6 to 10 people?
So they're supervisors.
So that probably is a crew, that probably is a crew.
It's probably not your crew supervisor.
Which ones are we looking at? He's looking at the
They're pretty,
equipment operator?
they're fairly far up in that
Right
range.
Yeah, this one's in, that top one, these two that are 76 are a little bit high. Well, they're not high if you look at the max, but they're on the higher end of it. higher end. How many years they have this?
Yeah, that's, you're the hardest.
Is that what I'm saying?
Most of these guys have been there quite some time. Most of these guys have been there, I mean,
I did a, email a time ago showing where like Montgomery, Wilson, Williams, and all that, with their pay scale and where they were at. And
But
they,
it's fine, so that's fine.
the difference just with their county government, we were topped out when they
You're a
started.
truck driver, I'm gonna quit.
So,
I can go to
and
another
then
place.
the private sector is higher than that. So I'm not for sure what pay study y'all are going on with.
this is an aggregate of like large Tennessee counties. So Woods and Dayton included.
They're Montgomery.
So, if we're equating these to crew supervisor, it's on the higher end. It's somewhere between the median and the maximum. 62 is the median, 82 is the max. So these are all in there, but they're on the upper end, although I would argue, I mean,
You're talking about the
if you look at crew supervisor, median actual basic pay rate, 62,000. And if you look at the top step, it's just shy of 82,000. Each of these is between those.
Are you in the top category of foreman or the equipment operator? I'm sorry, Foreman. We're in the foreman category, okay.
Yeah, I'm in the foreman category.
Okay, I'm sorry, I just needed clarification.
So,
So he's here, this is where he's at.
they're in that, I mean, they're in
Here.
there. You get it now.
He's comparing this one to here. I know it's fine, it's clarification. So we're comparing the foreman to the supervisor.
To the supervisor, because Toby had said that they're, crews of about, it's a 6-person crew, so it's one crew. And it's not like it's a supervisor level, it's not like they're running 3. Please correct me if I'm wrong there, is that right?
Well, I look at them supervisors, these crews have the entire county and their expertise that, they don't do just one function.
Right.
Some of these, I mean, I got, like,
I'll show you what we're comparing to.
We may have an extra copy of that. How do you get that class from her? I don't know that you marked on it.
What percentage of raises then?
5% would be the 3, so if that's 5, that's probably another, 10 to 15?
I mean, they're in
If you
there.
wanna see them, we can calculate them on the side.
Put them on there.
Bethany, what
call
Miss
them.
Boyd wants to see, if you could do me a favor, make a call to the side. She wants to know if you make a summary of that and that. It was the parentheses, that plus that, divided by that, over on the far side, to see what the percentages are, and how the call was. Does that make sense what I'm saying? And then make it into a percent, and then, yeah, you can figure that into it.
Yeah, that would be good to have for all.
So you want to know what
Yeah,
the
that's what I'm
percentages
on.
are in total, what percent we're getting.
I mean, although they're gonna be kind of all over the place. I mean, for your lower level people that were at like $30,000, $3,000 to them is a little different than $3,000 somebody's making $100.
I have one citizen that's calling me every 2 days, and that was their last question, is what percent of raise are you giving people?
There'll be some blank rows and errors, but we can send it. You just ignore the errors for the blank rows. I think it's Toby on the top. Oh, yeah, that's right. You want me to do those two? Who are those?
Yes.
smaller ones for the people at the top.
So when we go to new employees, we're adding 2 new positions to this department, is that what I'm saying here?
Yeah, 24.
That's what's on here. And if I look at that, and I see that's a 37 and some numbers,
They're flaggers,
flaggers, okay. That's what I was wondering what they are.
they're traffic control, and what we've been doing ever since I got in office, I'm hiring people from other crews. When we can't close the road down or something, we have to do some traffic control, so a lot of people take off.
I would just be careful about putting too much weight on a raw percentage, particularly for people who are on the lower end of the pay scale. You know, if somebody's making $30,000, if you give them $3,000, that's going to say, you know, if you give them $6,000, that's a 10%, a 20% bump. It's a 6% bump for somebody who's at 100,000. So, and what we're doing here is a market adjustment. So, we expect that some of these percentages are going to be high. I mean, that's just what happens as inflation has put us here. Yeah. He said all these increases the same.
Yeah, so they're not different amounts, it's all the same amount. So.
The main thing I'll tell you my life, the main thing I care about is that this
So what is here, if we're going to the form initiative, where are we going?
We don't have a comparison.
There's no comparison.
I mean, I don't think like we could, truck drivers there.
I think foreman would be a crew supervisor.
No.
You don't think so?
Yeah, foreman is crew supervisor,
But there's no comparison to the rest of them.
So I thought you were gonna need a specific.
Like the truck driver.
Can I ask, are we in or out? I know it's kind of a,
We're out.
can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, how did you come up with the 6240?
That's what I was saying a while ago, I did a market study with Montgomery and Wilson, and met with their officers, and got their pay scale, compared to what we were making. And so, basically, what they start out is what we're topping out on. And so, and you can't even dip in on the private sector, because I've got other 10 guys that left me in July, you know, we're at this money, I mean, they're going to make $10. Because that's what the private sector is, so I'm trying.
Are they getting a pension?
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, yeah.
In the private sector?
They got retirement pension, I used to get wonderful, bonuses and everything like that. I mean,
Health
you do
insurance.
have that in the roadways. This is the thing, this is the market driven, because I've got guys that got CDLs and they're certified operators. And they get paid a certain amount of money.
I think what you're asking, maybe this will help too. If you take 6240 divided by 2080, which is the average number of hours they work a year, it's $3 an hour. That's what I'm looking. Is that what it is, Toby?
and so where's that bring you in terms of hourly rate?
And that's what I was telling you, it's taking a baby step in the right direction, it's just getting all of it.
Yeah, well, that's what I couldn't understand.
So on the low end, what's the hourly rate for somebody on the low end?
Can you go decide and divide it by 2080? And he has the 10 hours. His may not be quite exactly that because he's got those 10 hours shift drop.
We got some laborers around 16, 17.
So I mean, you know,
the school operators that are below 20.
The schools just brought everybody up to 16, like their lowest level folks. So
What the counties are doing that I'm talking to, they're starting at 20.
I'm just getting hourly rates.
Oh, I appreciate that.
What? That's just the budgeted rate. That's what he's asking. Let me just copy it down and give him an idea.
Yeah, that gives us an idea where we're at on that. You see, you know, it's going to tell you something's totally out of whack. This is I think a lot more reasonable look than the
Yeah, that's good.
Hey, Beth, can you hit control and just scroll once it makes it a little bigger? Maybe it'll help. Like your mouse and the sitting button.
most people, somewhere around 25, 28.
So we're in there now. Okay. All right. I know I've seen truck drivers advertised for 28, 30. Now, that's private sector.
The state, I had a guy leave, he was my most experienced truck driver, and he was a Class A operator for equipment, and he was just under 24 when he left. Of course, he got 30. And when I talked to the director of Region 3, they're starting off laborers at right around 24. So my 16-year veteran wasn't even making that.
None of these, when I looked at them, were out. I didn't do this, but I looked at them versus here.
And then, to go back, are we going to look at the clerical and, stuff separately and compare them? You know, that's something I've wondered about since last October.
We're gonna do another one of these. I would suggest we would do cross that later, and we just try to get through and get everything balanced today as close as we can.
Yeah, and then we'll go back.
And then we can go back and say, internally, are we internally consistent? Which is
But without, like, we haven't looked at those. But,
yeah.
but I just want to cross look.
No,
between departments.
I'm tracking. I just suggest we wait till, I am. I'm just suggesting we wait till the next meeting to do that one.
Yeah, I'm just looking at truck drivers, and they range, the variation from low to high is 20 grand in hard costs, in fully loaded costs.
So he's 7.8.
And he did a presentation.
That's what it's supposed to be, or is it going to be?
That's what's going to be this year. Well, we'll talk about you on highway. Just remind me, we'll go into education. Well, he's actually got it on his slides. He's done the presentation.
I'm sorry, this thing.
Well, when you get down highway,
We'll talk about it, okay.
So anybody got issues with these? Do we want to make adjustments, or are we good with these salaries?
What's the total hit additional?
Go to the bottom bit and show them the two amounts. And you got to remember, there's about another 21% on this for Social Security Medicare retired. So their cost of living is about 147 plus another 21%, and then that additional he's asking is 487.
Also, if you could put both of them together, it costs
a lot.
750, 800.
In comparison to what do we get? What's cost of living? The COLA's 5.5. 5. So what's it?
Another. But you got to think the additional is also for new employees.
The new employees.
Not just pure raise, that's any additional increase.
And how many new employees are in here?
2.
And that's the 2 flaggers.
So that's probably,
On fully loaded, that's probably
And he's asked for some overtime too, so that's not all pure raise.
124.
And then also, if you go down, he's asked for some more overtime, part-time, so it's not all raises, see, that's overtime.
the deal with the overtime is
And see,
made up of comp time, because we come in so much during storm events in the middle of the night. I've got guys that get around 240 hours of comp time, they've got to take that. And so what he does, instead of, if I could pay him overtime that he does with it, it's messing with my schedule, because I'm having to give people time off if they come in the middle of the night and done extra work, and you can't have over 240 hours of comp time.
I'm seeing bumps of 15 to 20% year over year, so I can't imagine anybody be arguing about that. I've never met anybody who got a 20% increase in pay. Yeah, no, I know the market is what the market is, and so I guess it's.
So private sector is only about 3.5, 4% increase in the national average.
But we had one here. I mean, we pulled it up, didn't we? Like 8 or 9%. I thought you pulled it up.
I'll try to see if we can find anything.
I thought you had 4% in the private sector, I mean, but it's the difference between doing corrections or something.
Yeah, I mean, some of this is because again, this is not all like, yes, it's an increase, but it's happening here, but we have recognized we're in a deficit, and like, I'm kind of hardcore about this, like, I know this sounds, but if people complain, people are always going to complain, but when they vote with their feet, there actually is a better deal, and they're voted with their feet, so like.
I'm having that
You said 10 guys, Toby? Since
Yeah.
July.
I mean, I don't know what more, we got the numbers here, we got people leaving, like,
It says
the market is what it is.
According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, in Middle Tennessee is usually higher, so this is probably nationwide. Wages and salaries increased 4.4% for the last 12 months in 2024 and 5% for the year before nationally. That's a 5 and a 4 national.
I mean, tell me if I'm wrong, if he has to go subcontract a lot of this work,
It will cost.
it's gonna cost the taxpayers a lot. Am I right in saying?
Yeah, although, to be fair, what we just said is we're going
Right, no, I'm just saying though, if he said, well, we're not gonna.
What we just said was that we're gonna
Contract.
we're gonna do some contracts.
Right, no, I get that, but I'm just saying, if you said, well, we're just not, he's gonna risk losing all these employees, because we're just.
We're getting more bang for our buck out of these.
We're gonna get more bang for our buck here versus having a subcontract even more on top of.
I mean, do we wanna take a vote on it, or anybody have any suggestion to move them down? Are we good with these? It's up to.
It's a lot. I mean,
It's a lot,
It's
but
a huge list.
The number I'm giving you for that is also national, remember, Middle Tennessee may be a little more.
we're a lot more.
Our salary people's in said we're a harder area, so it'd be a little higher than that.
And we know we can give them a bonus because we know how to do that.
I mean, do you have a suggestion? I know it's a lot.
It's just the guy that calls me every 2 days.
I mean, does he wanna go out and be a truck driver?
No.
Will he take the job?
I don't know, I'll ask him.
I mean,
Liger probably.
But like you said, we're getting more bang for our buck this way, because if we got even do more subcontracting on top of what we already have, it's gonna cost a lot.
You gotta think if you're doing this,
It's gonna cost more than.
I mean, this is what happens with, like, and I've,
Yeah.
I've had a real straightforward conversation with some departments the other direction, right? I mean, like, there will always be a way to sharpshoot a budget. As we've seen with our law director and people who are just intent on, like, attacking, you can always find somebody and say, oh, they're making too much money. And so they can do the same thing here and say, oh, well, this person got a 20% increase. But that, I don't think that's that big a deal if that person is making $40,000 and they're going to 48
So
in this market. I just,
Increase is what it is, because it's already.
yeah.
I just
It's already deficient.
I want to be,
People that are leaving, that's what they're saying.
I just want to be fair, and so y'all know that when we go to other places, if I see departments that are not getting this big a bump because they didn't ask, I'm going to ask for them.
Well, no,
So I know.
we
You know
have
I
been,
am.
we have been doing that.
Yeah.
I mean,
So we'll
we
do that.
20%.
well, no, but not everybody was below market.
I just want to know where everybody's at because I will be, somebody.
I get it.
I'll go up.
I get it. We didn't, and I think we have gone up on some. We went up on, I think, one of the judges, one of the courts already. I think
Yeah.
There are some that we're going to go up on.
I think this looks fair. I mean, these are really not easy
Yeah.
jobs.
I'm
Maybe
good.
Flagman and Don and I are gonna apply for this. We've already talked about it.
Just start speaking marijuana.
Water Street Pacers last
I don't want to stand out in the heat.
Yeah.
I think we're good on this one, so let's continue to march.
Okay, let's not forget about those extra vacation days on top of this.
What's that?
Let's not forget about those extra vacation days on top of this.
Well,
I know, they're there.
They're there.
all right.
And now they're overtime.
Don, to answer your question, the rubber will meet the road when Toby's assessing his own crews, what they get per foot versus what the
That's
contractors.
exactly right, and it'll be a very good way to hold those contractors' feet to the fire when
Let's be
we're doing
fair,
that.
to take a ride down Center Point Road and stop 30 one day and see how much those
Look,
roads have improved, to see the quality you're getting. Well, no, I'm talking about county. Take a drive down and stop 30, because he and I were talking, I had a citizen that took that route to work, and you see the quality. Now, I'm no expert, but I can tell when I'm driving on craft versus something that's been
Well, I'm
worked
saying
on.
the city part's not good.
Right, no, but I'm saying the county, the
Well,
portion, you just take
here's
a
the
right down
thing,
to
I think we're good to move on with this.
Yeah.
I think that it's gonna be a big win, assuming we get these contingencies and everybody agrees, we got a little bit to tie off, get a good plan in place. But I think it'll be a big win to be able to say, hey, in 3 years, we're gonna have excellent roads. We're gonna catch up and we're gonna fix some of the stuff that's behind. And I think that's something that every single person in the county can get behind. It's a good investment, in my opinion. All right,
I have one more comment.
go ahead.
So next year, when we do this next year, we're not giving 21%
Nope.
again.
No. Well, that's across the board, by the way. This year, and this is why you and I were voting not too long ago against the survey, right? Because this is a market adjustment, a one-time market adjustment where we know we're behind. Now, there may be some spots here and there, but this year was a market adjustment. Next year, I'm really hoping we just do COLA and call it a day.
What's COLA gonna be?
We don't know what it's gonna be next year.
I'm just saying, where does it stop?
Well-
They're not gonna stop coming to ask every year for more and more and more.
Well, no, they're not.
So we need to make it clear that this is an
But this
adjustment. and
is
it's
a
one-time
market
thing.
adjustment, and I do not anticipate market adjustments like this to take place. And in fact, we couldn't do something like this year over year. We just can't. We don't have the ability.
You can, but you have to increase.
We would have to increase taxes if we did this kind of, if we did
I'm,
this kind of jump year over year, we can't do it, so, but we can this year. All right, so where do we want to go next year?
I think really you need to figure out what to do with the highway fund. Right now, it's $4-5 million.
Well, I think we move that down, we take I would argue we take the $3 million out of asphalt, because that's counted in that 20. My opinion is that we take $3 million out of asphalt.
Okay, see how close that puts us there. Go and see, it'll give you 598, and Toby said that 1.6 is probably low. If you guys are fine with it, me and him get together.
Let's see if we can see.
Before you do any more cutting.
I'm gonna have, and don't get excited when I say this, but because I'm not paying 800 to 1,000 tons a day right now, I'm doing repairs on bridge approaches and doing sections which is a lot slower. My schedule went out the window last week. So I'm having to use paving crew for other applications, is what I'm saying. So I'm not getting the pay group that like I normally do. So I'm gonna have some money left over in the budget for
Go back to the summary though, that's why I said me and Toby need to see if we can find extra, because the difference between his revenue and expenditure even after that cut is that much. So if we can bring this number up, we can come closer to that.
Let's
212 so back over here that you want.
So, bottom line, let you all see if you can zero that out.
See if we can get that number up
I'm good with that.
legitimately enough to get him at least between 1 and 212 there,
I'm good with
without cutting anything else.
I'm
We
good
can,
with that.
we don't get together, if that's good, Toby, next week. I think you're gone Friday and probably Monday.
All right,
Monday you're gone.
where do we hit next?
Do you want me to read the stuff that I got back from the school department?
Yeah, let's do that. Go ahead.
Dr. Langford responded, that 50,000 minimum is state law next year. They should increase funding, in TISA to accommodate, his understanding. TISA does not provide direct funding for teachers. It funds based on individual students, nothing like BP, so it's based on individual students. You got these weird council stuff still. And he sent me his slide that I guess he presented it to the Board of Ed, it's got a seal on it. $7,806,388, so that's probably where he got the number from his presentation.
So, but that's what they're getting this year?
Extra from the
From 24 to 23, and I haven't asked him, and it may be something you guys want to inquire. This may still be an estimate. I don't know how solid those numbers are at this point. That'd be a
So
tough
that
one.
puts them in a 2-year period closer to $38 million extra recurring in their budget from the state. It's like, why haven't they brought their salaries up already?
Well, I don't know, I mean, I don't know how, you have to divide it by,
Maybe they're larger.
They're big.
They're large too. So that would be comparable to us to something less than, a lot less. So that's probably part of it.
I mean, you can do the math, and then they also gotta take up their classified employees. Well, those are the ones that were real, I mean, they were having the same problem there that we are with highway. So,
And just remind me, all beginning teachers go to 50.
That's what I was.
Or within the next 3 years.
Yep.
26, 27.
Dr. Langford, I believe, is what I understand him correctly, said next year. And
I think it's 26, 27 is my understanding.
So, if there's a teacher listening right now there's a teacher listening right now, is she going up to 50 next year?
No.
And the year after that?
No, it should, by the state mandate, it's 26, 27.
But the money's there now?
No.
No, the money can
So
go
we're
in.
doing 24, 25, 26.
The state, the state's burning this in over time, just like we're doing here.
But
And,
we thought maybe to invite Dr. Lane for the next meeting to talk about this.
I mean, that may.
I'd like to hear that
Instead
the
of just having
teachers,
for his whole budget range, kind of one of these sessions.
I'd like to hear that the teachers are getting the money. That's
We,
what I
we,
wanna know
we
what
can't.
I know we can, but if we're taking other money and we're saying it's because the teachers are going up to 50,000, I just wanna hear when the teachers are gonna get to 50,000. I got Robertson County, I think they already jumped a bunch, either all the way or.
We're close, we're at like 48.
Dr. Langford at the next one on the 31st.
Yeah, we can do
Let
it.
him talk about the salaries and if you're not saying.
I mean,
Before
I'm not
everybody
saying
gets
I'm
up budget, at least you'd have an idea of what his
I just wanna know.
direction is.
I mean, I'm fine.
If he's willing to do that, I mean, I'm assuming he is. All right, get Ms. Jessica to send him that.
So, what are we gonna do with the sheriff next?
We got the highway. Highway has gone, yes, we already got the sheriff and then EMS.
Yeah, why don't we
Oh, wait.
Well, the thing is that you kind of went from mine all the way into the workshop, all the way to.
Yeah, did we
So,
ever finish yours, David?
yeah, we're done with mine a long time ago. You guys are in the same workshop. You kind of skipped.
Yeah, we stopped after item 5.
To be honest.
So the budget for highway, the operating, we're not looking at it, or we are, or we did and I missed it. We didn't, right? Page 105?
They adjusted the asphalt to balance it is where the adjustment was.
Yeah, that's what we just did. We pulled that out. So, I mean, we can go down these if you want. None of these are big things here. We talked about the highways, let's go, we'll just cross them off the board here. So,
Commission, I don't know.
Mid-Cumberland, I mean,
We're estimating one after this year.
what's the deal with Mid-Cumberland?
Oh, that was, okay, let me go back into these. There was a question, at the last meeting that I had of why Mid-Cumberland was more than $1,000 of the year before, because it should be an amount that's determined at each census. They came back and said the committee didn't fund the whole amount last year is why. It is still based on the census and the amount that the commission just didn't approve the whole amount last year.
So, I don't think we need to do anything with this, though.
No, it's for information.
So the OPEB is a little more meaty.
OPEB, give you the long of it, OPEB stands for, the short of it, stands for Other Post-Employment Benefits. It's been provided for county employees for several years based on years of service and various things. They pay 25% of a retiree. If you look on page number 5, I'll just run through the really important things because these are things that are going to be future effects and they don't necessarily affect this budget. You have $9,812,880 of liabilities that are unfunded on OPEB and
What? So we got $9 million, almost.
Yeah, well, I'll keep going through
Convert it in over time.
But the thing is, what they've always done is pay as you go. The liabilities are recognized based on the life of employees. The best practice would be to actually fund this as you go, put it into a trust fund, but that's never happened, so you've got a $9 million deficit.
So what we could.
So, yeah, can we talk about this?
Yeah, no, we need.
Well, can we talk about the other deficits, the larger ones?
Yeah, you wanna talk?
The
Yeah.
This is pretty big.
The
Well, maybe we
school,
get a bigger one.
the schools have one that is $57 million, that's their OPEB liability.
What?
Which page is that?
Page 118. Well, there you go right now.
So you,
So theirs is the 57.
well, build up a fund over time.
Let's keep going. You also have one that's through TCRS, which was closed back in 2015 to new participants. I believe it was 15. The county has about, it's on page 13, you have $1,449,000 in the liabilities.
Hang on, okay.
What page is that, dude?
1.4?
Page 122. And then the schools have an additional, which is these closed plans too, and plans of $10,154,097 on page 122.
Is there any way, I know this is a big ask,
Is
is there any way we could see all of these in one page? I mean, these are
Well, these are
large
off
numbers.
there's two things. These are off of 3 places. The first one you get is from the attached OPEB report that the county does. The other 2 come from reports from TCRS and the other one comes from the school's OPEB, so the only place we really have it would be on the audit reports, for those 4 numbers I just gave you.
Can we create a document that shows them all together to show us, and then we can have a total, because I really like totals.
Yeah, just might add on the sales.
You want them in,
So that we could just see how heavy this is.
Well, we can give you,
I mean.
it's about $70 million.
67, 60.
So,
57
plus 10.
this is unfunded.
78
We were pushing old costs and future taxpayers.
Well, let me tell you 2 things. The one I read for the county's been closed in 2015, so it means it's not going to keep growing worse and worse. The one that you've got for your plan was closed in 2020.
Right. And that's the 9.8 that he's talking about.
Right. The school ones, I just told you them out because they're in our financial reports. I've not went into their details. That would be more of a question.
So I had a thought, you and I talked about this a bit. I mean, my thought on this was we actually start over time moving funds from debt service into a fund where we can accrue interest. Well, we can start now, but.
Not that I'm correcting Mr. Long, but I'm adding on it. This plan is closed, but my concern is it's closed until Medicare age changes, and then we could incur more, right?
What I mean by closed is there's no new participants are allowed. So that's what it's yes, other than that, we
No, this is healthcare.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. So if their Medicare goes up 2 years.
And we're picking up the oldest piece of our population.
But the thing you've got right now, and that's what I went through, the insurance committee.
That worries me.
If you go through this, and right now you're in the budget committee, so I'm going to go into detail, so there's an implicit and explicit cost, which is even worse.
Yes.
For what you're funding that I went through in the insurance
And I
committee.
have it.
That's right amount of details, what it's actually in here.
Oh, excellent.
But the thing that we're saying is it's closed to new participants. What you've got is for the $9 million is just prior service. So as employees does service, the ones that were eligible that were here before the cutoff date, it will still increase. But the question, we've always had the concern that you've really made a promise to employees for the existing. That's why we cut it off at this point. But the question being is, do you want to pass it to a new generation, or do you want to start maybe putting some?
I would argue that what we would do here, and we can start this year, because remember, we've got $2 million that we're pulling out of, even with this, the difference between what we think we'll need in order to balance the budget once we make some of these adjustments, less what we've changed with the schools. We can start by putting $1 million. We put $1 million a year into that.
I think you've already.
We'll be done in 60 years.
Well, no, because we have that $2 million.
Because that $2 million we moved on over to capital.
But we could take $1 million out of capital and put it over there.
You don't have the 20%. You can pick up part of it. Part of his next year.
Part of it next year. He can only get a burden 7 a year.
You said you were going to put $1 million in capital for school. Let's pull that out.
So we can do it there. I mean.
Or you can look at all these other capitals you've got too.
I mean, it's just.
Well, yeah, let's do that. We don't have to capital. We haven't gone for capital yet, but I would suggest we start this year and shoot to put $1 million into this.
I'm not sure if $1 million is enough, because like I said, $1 million, if we owe $60 million right now.
That's the school. Ours is $9 million.
They're not.
Pay for anything.
Ours is only $9 million.
But we'll give them their pay-as-you-go as they go.
They're paying through their fines, so.
We're only obligated to what we're obligated.
Right.
So I would suggest what we do
Is look at ours.
Look at ours.
So we got the
start every year for $1 million.
I would suggest that the insurance committee keeps studying to bring back next budget year to see funding plan.
Do we not want to try to do something? Start this year.
Yes, we do.
Let's start this year with $1
I
million.
want to start.
I want to start.
It's a huge unfunded.
Let's get through capital. I bet once we get through capital, we'll have a little left over, and we'll put $1 million toward it.
A little. And I want, if you could say for everyone in here that this is not an issue with accounting, that the comptroller's office did not require this, that we're not out of compliance. If you could state that for everybody.
This is required by the governmental accounting standards board. You're not required to fund this. You're required to pay it as you go.
Right.
You're only required to disclose it. We do disclose it in the reporting, so we're not in compliance. It's not a finding. I bring it to you because it's a large liability going into the future for future generations.
If you don't take care of this stuff now, this is the kind of thing that has crushed Southern California and New York.
Your children's going to pay it all.
If you don't start taking care of this now, the reason why counties and municipalities in Southern California and New York have had to have successive increases is because of unfunded liabilities for retirement. So this is it, right? I mean, you have these bulk of people retiring, and they don't ever fund it, and so then all of a sudden, you have this huge liability in order to pay for people's retirements, and you have no way to do it. And so if you keep kicking that can down the road, it will.
How much is this in benefits, like? This is what it pays for. If you have a certain number of years, I think it's 30 with the TCRS, and it's actually in the report here. They'll pay 25% of a single employee's insurance from when you retire. If you take it at the time of retirement and maintain it the whole time until you reach Medicare age. That's it.
25? I thought it was more.
Well, no, they pay 75 to the county, so they pay 25, they pay 75.
Who?
The employee pays 25, the county pays 75.
County pay, of the employee and the spouse.
No, just employee.
Just the employee, we don't pay the spouse.
Everybody says we don't pay anything about the spouse, but we're using what's called a run rate. So there's an implied much higher rate for retirees because they're higher than average, because if you take their costs, they're usually about twice as much as everybody else. So there is an implied cost there if they're dependent stay.
Okay, so I'm still private enterprise head here. So is this monies that we have already spent?
Okay, it is. Go ahead.
You made a promise.
Yes.
To employees.
Unfunded liability.
It started after 2020, I think it's January 1, 2020. Started before that.
Mm-hmm.
You said if you meet these requirements, we'll pay 75% of a single policy. Mm-hmm. According to guys, again, the same thing's really similar to FASB. You're supposed to pay these during the life of the employee, the cost. Mm-hmm. Or do the cost during the life of the employee. So what we're doing is say, we estimate that, let's just make up numbers, 25% of the people are going to take it. We know this is the average, this is what we project the cost is going to be. So you're supposed to recognize that liability during the life of the employee. Mm-hmm. This is the $9 million that we have already recognized during the life of the employee. As they earn more, because more and more of them work more years to get toward that, there will be an increase in this liability. But the one thing you did do a curtailment, which means nobody new can come into it, which did help control the cost. If you hadn't curtailed it, it would be much larger. But anytime you change benefits, which has happened a couple of times, it's went up significantly. Like they include additional TCR credits.
So the other way to think about this, the county employees that employs David Connor, the employees Jeremy, Terry, David, and Jessica. Jessica's going to get a retirement. We estimate that Jessica's going to stay the long haul. So we need to count how much she's going to cost after she retires, and that is that number.
What the numbers you're
aggregated up for all of the employees in the county. And we're $9 million short.
Well, make sure. But
she hasn't retired yet.
Right. This is what we're saying, David. Say we're estimating all she's going to make it. Okay, it takes 30 years.
And if
she's worked 5 years of it, we should have accrued costs for those 5 years. And then we accrue the rest as we go to cost.
Yes.
You're not required to fund it. What we've been doing is funding and payments as you go. If you go back into the detail, which I don't think you want to tonight, our pay-as-you-go is much less than the actual cost each year because they're estimating cost is going up, plus more and more people are going to take it. Now, to be honest, on average, the actuals are pretty conservative, so they're probably high, I'm not guaranteed, but they're your best guess. There is a liability out there. I bring it to you because it's a future cost that you guys need to know about. It's getting not noticed a whole lot. It got noticed in the insurance committee meetings. If you go back in a minute, I can't bring
this stuff doesn't get noticed until all of a sudden people start retiring.
Yeah.
And it bites you through insurance benefits.
So Jessica's share is part of the $9 million. Where's the other $51 million?
That's the schools.
Yeah.
Schools have a big one.
The $51 million is
57.
Yeah.
And they have no
They're like they have setback.
no setback for them either.
I was being very quiet.
They're a separate entity that deals with their own stuff. The only reason I even mentioned it's in their report, and you are the funding body as far as property tax. The only reason I mentioned those two. Yours, the one you can work at, which you've already done a whole lot. You curtailed. Didn't it happen a couple of years ago? Because I kept bringing it up, to be honest, several times at the board. But they did do a curtail when they stopped new employees from coming into it. So basically, it's going to slow down the rate it grows. But you may want to consider putting back a few dollars now and then versus passing it to the next generation. Start putting back a few dollars for it.
So, just a note here, because I'm trying to move this along. Does everybody understand what this issue is?
Yeah.
we could start working on this year.
Quick question, Mr. Chairman, is there any way that this fund could be, lockboxed so that, future committees
could by resolution.
would not, find a way of robbing out of that fund?
I mean, anything, I think you have said anything that one commission does, another can undo, how you could even sell the courthouse. So probably it's not, I would defer to you. I mean, we could probably make it difficult so that they would have to unvote it, or they would have to vote it to change it, but,
May want legal to research it, because you may be able to create a legal trust fund. And you're allowed to have trust funds for certain things.
Well, I think if we're going to be struggling to put money into this to make the county solvent in the future, I think, we should make every effort.
Make sure it doesn't get used to buy the common bond.
We'll have to see if we can make it a legal trust fund.
If I can insert, it's not just to make the county solvent. We've told them we're gonna pay for their benefits, but when the day comes and we don't have the money, we won't be paying for their benefits.
We won't be solvent.
And we won't be solvent.
What you
Well,
got-
we could still be and just take their benefits.
But what you've got-
That's not,
So we'll,
Not
not,
if we pay it.
I'm not saying, I'm just saying you're passing it to the future, I got an tax, so some future generations will be paying.
we're kicking it down. The whole purpose of what we're trying to do is not kick the can down the road. And I've had that, I think we've got that on several different discussions. All right, any more discussion on this one? Just trying to move along.
So in reality, are we responsible for only the 9 million in the school?
Yes.
Okay, so they've got a safety fund that the bleachers came out of that's well funded, like, we don't know, but it was over $100 million. Could they transfer some of that into a lockbox, like Mr. Hyde's talking about?
Oh, good. 55.
But what I was just showing you the totals for everybody there, a separate legal entity, and the reason I mentioned it's the reason their reports are their, funding body.
Right.
So that'd be more for their concern, but the one you can work on is the $9 million.
I'll sleep well tonight now, right?
So,
knowing that we only have 9
So we
million.
got a couple takeaways from this one. One, we're gonna work on this in terms of allocating some funding to it, along with capital. And two, Mr. Sittler, you have to take away to see if we can put it into a trust, Ms. Boyd.
can I just ask for finance to come back and give us like, a schedule of what we might look at? If we're gonna look at like, a little long-term planning, if we looked at like $1 million, maybe we're gonna go $1.5 million
Yeah, like
next year,
what are we,
$1.3 million.
just a long-term
Give us
plan.
give us a
we'll
plan.
give us a burn-in.
Exactly.
Yep.
I'd like to see that
Yeah,
next
that's
time.
fine.
Probably when you were looking at something compared to the actual cost of it.
Yeah, I mean, so that
It just got the estimated cost.
well, there will be, there will be a catch-up, and then after that, there will be just kind of a maintenance. The initial catch-up's gonna be a little heavier, and then you'll have a maintenance over time.
The cost.
Yeah,
I mean,
put us together something if you
Yeah.
can.
We'll on the actual cost.
All right, moving us here, EMA insurance.
What the insurance committee recommended was they want all the insurance, because we're self-insured, to be handled by the insurance trust and the risk department. So they're asking that Mr. Rogers' appropriation be moved over into risk management.
So I'm gonna pull us back, I'm gonna pull us back in, to rules. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we've disposed of that one.
The next, D, E, and F are just informational items. It is your library MOE, your school MOE, and your highway 5-year average, which right now I think you've dealt with the school MOE. You're above the library MOE currently and probably will be. And the highway 5-year average, I already talked about it.
So I think this is.
Can I ask you-
So go ahead.
Above library MOE?
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah, so
It's in the
can you
actual,
first say what the library MOE is?
just like everybody else, it's got to be,
Yeah, what does
it's
that
got to be
mean?
budgeted next year as much as it was this year.
So it's year over year, I mean, highway is a 5-year average.
Highways are the only ones 5-year, schools is the same, it works similar to the libraries. And we've actually got the library MOE worksheet on page.
So I would suggest we use this as informational. I mean, we're gonna deal with
We want to do
libraries later.
libraries,
Yeah,
right.
I was just in the interest of time. All right.
It's to help you when you get there.
So school revenue, MOE, we just talked about that, and we could potentially come back to it depending on how things work out. So I think we're good there.
G,
Talked about the highway 5-year average, revenue worksheet G. Go
that
ahead.
was G, we've already kind of skipped around because it ended up being there. That's what we've been working on to keep all your revenue straight.
That's fine.
H was a question that we sent down because of the Civil War. Donations weren't paid back to the city. We received communication the other day that it is going to be, so we'd like to carry it over.
She sent the resolution
So we can kill that, we don't need to carry that over and add it to the budget, we actually pay.
Kill that, kill G.
And then number I, just wanna make sure it does not get forgotten, is the courthouse.
Oh, we haven't forgotten, we'll deal with that.
Courthouse new floor with the Capitol.
We'll deal with that in capital. Okay, so back to workshop, I entertain a motion to take us out of our rule set for the motion. Motion, second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, so now, sorry, this is on me, we kind of started jumping into workshop, so, I think we could probably, sheriff's is probably the one we wanna break into now. Mr. Long, you got any issue with that? Let's go to sheriff, because this is the next big item.
Can I have a discussion item? I know that we're going through this in great detail, and we're gonna have another meeting. There's some people here that we're not gonna get to their sections tonight. If they want to leave, or they want to stay, I mean, if there's some that's clearly gonna be at the bottom, and we're not gonna get to them,
That's
or.
fair. Let's plan out what we want. I think we should get to sheriff and EMS, and libraries. That's what we should do, and then shoot for capital.
And who else is left? I think that's all of it.
I think we can get a good swag at all three of those.
I just want to be,
Well, then we have, volunteers. Because we put that as a swag last time, but we didn't finalize it. We said we were gonna do 200,000, from the,
Click on that, basically what we put.
it was for tourism, and we were gonna move it over to the volunteers, but we did not finalize that, so.
Did we actually even preliminarily do?
I think we preliminarily moved it.
Be sure if you wanna see where you're at on that.
Let's hold off on it, but that's done. Let's get the big stuff done first.
Let me go find sheriff.
The sheriff's next.
thank
One
you.
thing's on the,
He's on the ground. Sheriff's on down through there, he's out
So
on.
what I'm gonna do here, is I went to the disclosure here, I went to the sheriff's department, and I said, hey, we need to remove, $750,000 from your,
page 25, salaries.
so, I'm sure we're gonna argue about this, but, Mr. Craddock came back, gave me a sheet here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna lower to what he has, as best I can.
You have to print it out.
I just got it like an hour ago, an hour before I got here. I can send it to y'all.
Is your emails on this or not?
Hold on.
Okay.
Is it possible that we exchange the sheriff for one of the others, and then, they can?
Well,
pick it
I mean,
up?
I've got the same thing from the EMS.
If you can email it to Bethany, she can start adjusting it here.
What is your email?
I'm not sure about them.
Sorry, it's on my personal email, at Sumner County TN. What I would, if you would, so on that spreadsheet, it has names on it. If you could remove the names, that's when the spreadsheet comes. Okay, yeah.
I'll adjust it up here as quick as she can.
All right.
So,
What
would it be
are
helpful
we on
for you?
that?
I'll read it out. I mean, just maybe we're gonna read it out too, maybe the best way.
There you go.
Phone's hard to
There
read.
you go. Yeah, go ahead. I mean, we could, I guess, while they're pulling that up, and I'll send you the same thing that I got from EMS. Maybe we can go ahead and do the volunteers, while they're pulling that up. So we can do, libraries, and then let's do libraries next.
So we're gonna change gears, library?
Well, no, I'm giving these numbers so she can adjust
I'm
them.
gonna adjust it down.
She's gonna adjust down, and then before we go.
So we're gonna go to library.
She gets all my adjusted numbers and see how they look.
Okay, so we're coming back. Yeah, we're coming back, Sheriff.
Just found my page.
What page of library?
It's the biggest
They're towards
struggle.
the back, so it makes it
Towards
easier.
the back, that makes it.
Well, they're back of the general fund, so they're easier. Let's go in here.
That's exactly the right page.
They are on page, and I think 71. It's 71 or 77. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, it's hard, 71.
I didn't bring my ruler this time. Sometimes the obvious comes out of good value, really.
I don't know, we're looking.
Yeah, that's obvious. And then I'll start pulling their,
It's like A, maybe maybe A35, I don't have a ruler either.
Start at 70, yeah, and then, I don't know what you wanted that. And then the index is page,
Howard, you start on A31.
A31? 31?
A31.
Gallery,
yes.
Oh. And now I see red lines, thank you.
There's the issue, you gotta remember also, and I'll pull up the sheets in my possession, once I get a chance. There's 2 adjustments to the minimum salaries for exempt employees this year. And the librarians,
Is there even librarians on this sheet?
Yeah, it's right here, that's, oh, on there, I don't know.
what do you have for?
On your comparison sheet, you have,
I think so, but I don't know.
okay, good Lord.
But I think they have a director, but it's a system-wide director, and we do not have a system-wide. Thanks, Jonathan, let me put this together.
Oh,
While he's doing that, I'm gonna try to get the, wage and hour stuff. Okay, here you go. Now, you can get rather complicated and come up with and have them raise the salary during the year, but.
Are you on the comparison sheet? Which page?
Well, I'm coming with, for your library directors, which are exempt employees, there's a minimum salary. As of July 1, 2024, they have to make a minimum of $43,888, and and it's during the middle of the year, and by. I'm sorry, I'm just going to read it to you. It's from a wage. I passed out the last one. That's probably good for this time. And by January 1, 2025, which is in the middle of your year, they've got to be increased to 58,656. So you could do. That's pretty fair. It was done by a nice, wonderful federal government through the Department of Labor, which has rulemaking authority. So if we look, your Hendersonville's fine. Gallatin, what's Gallatin's currently making?
53, I think it's.
So if you take an average of those 2, you probably about would make it if you did the raise in the middle of the year, but if you raise it to the end of the year salary, it's going to be 58,656. So it's really, you can instruct us one, and we can make notes that she's to go to.
Are you a Gallatin, or where are you?
Looking at Gallatin. 53.
You looking at the director, or you looking at it?
Just the director's clerk to make sure you're complying with the Department of Labor requirements. So the average of those 2, so if we raised her in the middle of the year, would be somewhere around, we can tell the exact amount later.
So I would say that whatever number you need to do to make sure she makes 58,656 for this.
You want to make her 58?
We got to meet the requirement.
The average, well, the average for the year is 51,272 if you increased it mid-year, but you got to look at this also. She's currently making more than the 48, so you've got to increase her to that. What's she currently making? She's currently 5, so you've got to increase her the second half of the year to 58,656, which is going to get convoluted and complex. So it may be easier just to make her 58.
I kind of like to make her 58. Be done with it, and then we don't have any run afoul of the feds.
Right. Well, we won't. We'll track it anyway, but I mean, it's much simpler to do that.
Small Hill Flights.
Yeah.
And what are we
That's not a lot of
talking?
money anyway.
I mean,
Yeah, we're not talking about. Yeah.
You got to remember these are exempt employees that work several hours, so there's probably a good push to push them there now.
This is May. We're talking $1,000 a month difference, and we should do it now and be done.
So we need to change all those to 58,656, except for Hendersonville.
That's for every director.
No, just to,
any employee that is
Hendersonville already is there.
any employee that is exempt has to make that. So remember, there was a discussion about archives. We already track her as an hourly employee. So the thing is, we're just going to keep tracking her as an hourly, not treat her as exempt, because you didn't want to increase her.
And then how are we?
These people are treated as exempt already. And I found libraries now, but you got to remember, we're not system-wide, so we don't have a system-wide director.
Can't do it, library.
Those librarians, I forget what pages. I think Jeremy's already found it.
So if we even took library 1 and library 2 and averaged those two together, since we don't know what we are, we're still good.
You also got library technician and library clerks. Some of those would be clerks down in that group for the employees.
So I think we're getting market.
On the directors, yes.
Uh-huh.
They're probably, based on the technology system-wide directory, yes.
So everyone was making the same except for Hendersonville?
Everybody was making less than that amount except for Hendersonville.
So they're all currently making 53,311.
I don't know that.
Okay.
Well, and Hendersonville's already above the minimum.
Four hours a week more than the rest of them.
That's just done over time, like everything else. It just kind of evolved there. Nobody can answer your question. I've had some of these questions. I've been that way for many years. Just things evolve. And the people that evolved it in a minute, and then things gotten buried years ago.
So I asked this, and I apologize, I did not.
Retired or moved.
I didn't bring my org sheet back, so if anybody has looked at this or worked on it, I was trying to see the library hours compared to the number of employees per library. Did anybody have that?
The rules.
I'll have the motion to suspend the rules.
Something she's over the library.
So we, Mr. Daniels, or who do we have here? I mean, you could get a library director. Yeah, I got you.
We have 5 libraries.
So what was the question?
The hours.
Number of hours open, and then employees per library.
Yeah, that's a good question. So, what is did you all hear the questions?
I can answer the board.
Okay.
We're 40 hours a week and I have, 10 employees.
Hendersonville is 40 hours a week, with 22 employees. Gallatin is 44 hours, I'm not sure how many.
We can count employees.
And then Newarkville and Westmore are 40 hours with less employees. I used to have that.
So everybody's at 40 except Gallatin.
I thought,
Everybody's at 40 except Gallatin.
but there's another thing. There's hours opened, and then there's hours worked, because one of the libraries told me they pay for 45 hours, but they're only open for 40, but I can't remember which one. That Gallatin?
Directionally, how many people are, because Gallatin and Hendersonville are big. So how big is, directionally, how many employees in Gallatin?
We have about
We can count them. We're gonna count them all.
can I point out something that you're not?
17?
Looks like 15 and 2 open.
Well, can I point out something? A lot of these are part-time, and part-time's a varying number of hours each. So if you're doing counts to counts, you're getting part-time and full in there.
Right.
Some of them may be working 40, some of them may be working
There's
10.
a simple way to do this. There's, Ms. Daniels, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, because, we, of course, you're on budget committee here, and dealing with payroll and everything like that, I think that the whole amount of employees versus hours is a little bit, I don't wanna say unfair, but unrealistic to look at, because to my knowledge, and please, I have 2 directors here that can call me if I'm wrong. All of our libraries function so differently, okay? And it also, like, last year, when we had the extra money, from resolving the system, we voted to have Westmoreland's money because they really needed a full-time person up there. It was hard to get part-timers up there. So what I'm saying here is that, it's a question, however, I don't know how it's gonna really solve the question without understanding that each library functions differently and has a special reason why they function that way. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so actually, Ms. Daniels, this is kind of, this is why I would try to, instead of diving into these weeds, here's how I would attempt. Here's a proposal I have. But they kind of explained it. In order to, this is just a proposal. do a market adjustment, just to get everybody kind of flat where we want them to be. And then leave Gallatin the way it is, because they're able to operate currently at 44 hours. We give everybody else 10% difference. And we give them, with overtime hours, however they want to do it, we give them a part-time employee. We can get with the libraries and see how they want to do it. But we give them 10% adjustment up on contingent, similar to what we did with the highway to open additional 4 hours.
You have utilities on that?
Well, 10% salary.
Oh, it's
10% just over salary.
Instead
the idea-
instead of a 5.5 COLA.
No. You do the COLA,
Okay,
do
do the COLA
the
and
COLA,
then
do the COLA, and then do the 10%. And say,
on top of that.
But with the contingent on, you're saying that we're going to be open 44 hours, and then everybody across the county is 44 hours.
So you're saying you're probably gonna put it into part-time to get the.
Yeah, I mean, however they want to do it. It's up to them how they want to do it.
But they get additional
It's
staff.
probably part-time.
So I'm just looking at total budgets between the 5 libraries also. Did y'all look at those?
No.
Anybody?
I'm confused about that.
But you gotta look at the original request.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Take that original request from the big one from Hendersonville out, and then we just do this. So you end up netting out in the positive big time.
So what do you think
Daniel's
taking
go ahead.
out?
So, just to comment on that, is, Hendersonville did a mock-up, you're talking at least an extra $51,000 for Hendersonville to open up for 4 hours.
What's Hendersonville's current operating budget?
We don't have it,
The proposed is 691.
although I know 10% for.
Sounds about right, actually, 10%.
Gallatin's 390.
It'd be 50 a
I
year.
mean, that's that kind of line.
Because they're really salary heavy, yeah.
It's about, my, 10%.
About 10% of somebody. Yeah, I don't know, that's business and everything.
So that, for Hendersonville, we pay $35,000.
35,000. So 35,000 for Hendersonville, and then the others would be less than that. Why we opening? I mean, I'm proposing, we can shut it down. I mean, I'm advocating to have every library in the county, because with what Hendersonville asked for was almost $200,000. I mean,
Hendersonville's one
and
point.
so what I'm suggesting here is that we cut that.
What are they asking that?
They're asking for 2 new employees.
That's $200,000.
And so, yeah, all,
I'm not showing $100,000.
well, no, once you wrap it, it's like 160-some thousand, 170.
That plus COLA, I guess. You don't add COLA?
Yep.
Asking for an additional
No, that's true.
175, 180.
Well, no, but I'm taking it, here's the last one, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm taking that 170, I said we killed it. So now we're on the positive, 170 off of what they've asked for.
Did you feel what?
The 2 employees for Hendersonville.
Last time they got about 170.
Two. That was 175. There was a bunch of other stuff in there too.
I don't think this is the year to start giving 2 specialized employees.
No, I'm suggesting,
Next year, the other 4 will be.
I'm suggesting we cut that.
And I think it's more than that. That's where we're getting confused, because I think it's in the part-time, the 92,000. How many part-time?
So that's the thing, I'm saying we slash all of that.
Okay.
We slash all of that, and we say, look, you're at 40 hours now, so we cut all of that, you're at 40 hours now, we'll give you 10% salary to get you to 44 for everybody else. 35,000 is the highest, that's Hendersonville, everybody else flows down from there, you're gonna be about $100,000, and then everybody.
That's what you're talking about part-time. She's talking about doing 2 full-time and part-time, and
part-time.
and all the extra part-time.
And spread it to everybody, and say, hey, but be open additional 4 hours.
Until they need to.
Let's ask them if they can do that.
I mean, do we think we can do that?
So I just,
But Hendersonville said no, I think.
Well, then
I think like
we can just see it.
here, Sarita from here from Portland, and so her total for her,
Portland?
for the fiscal budgeted year, 10% of the total fiscal budgeted year, right?
Salaries
she said she could open 4 hours
Also,
extra.
what are the utility costs?
So, I mean,
We're not.
she's saying that she can do it. She's saying she can do it.
I don't, wait, let me look, like it's over here.
Okay.
Well, the 29 of it from staff.
I would like to, maybe hire one more part-time person to help.
However you choose to do it, we're just saying 10%.
But that money would, that 10% would go towards that.
What I'm saying is, it's very similar to what we did with the highway department.
But not Galvin already up.
Okay, Galvin's already open. Well, it's very similar to what we did with the highway department. We said, look, we want to give you the 10% extra. We want to give this, but in return, we just want to guarantee that you're going to be open 4 extra hours a week.
And not
Go ahead.
So, my question here is, you know, we only have 2 directors here. We have a person in Portland, Mothersville, or Westmoreland.
They can come back.
Well,
Sorry.
What you guys are saying.
And then, you just talk on that, and, she's so weird. Okay, I haven't eaten much today. So then, and, I would think that, just from my perspective, is, talking to the directors and saying, hey, how is this gonna impact you? Because if you're just saying 10%, we don't know what.
Well, just, here's the thing, we're gonna propose this, I gotta get it voted on first, I mean, it may get voted down. What I'm suggesting is, and I'll suggest this for the group here, we figure out what this number is, and I think it's gonna be around $100,000. Go ahead, Terry.
Mr. Mansell has a good
I mean, you just talked about,
view.
I mean, cutting what extra Henderson's asking for and then just leave everything else as is. I mean, why are we trying to?
Well, because I'm trying to say, look, we can open for an additional, we have this ask from, we had back and forth from Mr. Clary.
Is anyone else have?
He agreed to pay some money.
No, others have not asked.
Maybe Galvin doesn't have.
And,
Well, that's a good question.
so, go ahead, and so, because I got a note on that one too, so Mr. Clary said, hey, look, would you guys consider, giving us enough to fund for an extra 4 hours, and we get control of the library? And so, the question, so this is where this idea came from. I didn't want to just do it for Hendersonville, I wanted to do it for everybody. I saw the big ask from Hendersonville, I was like, that's way more than what we need to get 4 hours. So let's spread this out and see if we can do it for everybody, and even for a good bit less. And I think we can. Now, there was a question that was brought up, which was, if Hendersonville rolls off of this, do they still intend to fund their current $70,000? I called Mayor Clary on it. He told me that he did intend to do that indefinitely. And we could even get it in writing from him if we want.
Okay, well, I watched the general operations meeting from Tuesday night, and there was a alderman, who's the chairman, I guess, of their, what committee was, I think, their general operations, or I don't know what they call it, but he's talking about even questioning the 70, and they said that they're not giving the 70 this year, and it's 50, but they're wanting to cut it down to 20, or not even do it at all.
The MOE then.
Well, if we do
that was my question about MOEs, like, then that would reduce grant funding from the fed and state, and they'd have to, they would do these services.
Yeah.
My question is, if Hendersonville said we're not gonna pay any more money, like that we said, according to this letter, would that only cut funding for that library or the entire, all 5 libraries? Like, the way I read it, it seems like it cuts it from all of them.
The report we've got, they reported the state is combined.
That's what I thought from the MOE sheet.
And that's what I'm looking at too, unless they're gonna tell something different.
So what I,
But you're saying, because I mean, I just watched their meeting the other night, and it's totally opposite of what you're saying, that's how I'm just clarifying.
well, so I mean, I just say we put it into the agreement. Say, hey, look, you want this deal, you're gonna continue to fund this $70,000 of deals off table.
For 4 more hours.
We would do the additional 4 more hours spread out for across the county. We want control of the libraries, but Hendersonville, you will continue to maintain your $70,000, you will not reduce it.
Okay, well, I mean, they haven't paid it yet this year, I don't think.
So, I say we put it on,
50 this year.
I say we put that on the table as part of the deal.
Okay.
I say we put it on the table as part of the deal.
It's actually in the.
I mean, they do have history of not paying.
Well, they're gonna write it, put it in the deal, state it in a contract.
I wasn't gonna mention that one.
Go ahead.
Can I clarify something on this deal? That would be separate from the deed. I just want everybody to be clear that that's already transpired based on the vote that occurred, I believe.
Legislative and budget, I mean, it's going to full
Yes, so I anticipate that everything else is being handled through budget as far as.
Well, yeah, but I mean, the whole idea here.
That's not a part of the deal,
Well, what's the, unilaterally, you know, they can still pull, I mean, hell, they could pull that money if they wanted to.
They can pull it today.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, and then they haven't been paying any on the maintenance of it. So like,
The point is, but there's no deal with it. Like,
The only point I'm making is the deeding of the property is completely separate from what you all decide from the budgetary side.
why is that?
Because we're taking ownership of the building for the maintenance and upkeep that we'll provide to the building, and we will be the whole owner.
Is there anything that they can say or do to stop that?
No, I made it very clear as part of our back and forth that
That's what we talked about.
any expenditures and any extra time and money involved in this would have to be.
Oh, no, I would miss this part. I missed this part. So, but I mean, I know that that's what you're saying. What I'm getting at is, can they say no? And then we have to like fight.
It's not done till it's executed, but.
But do they have to put a signature on it?
Yes.
And that can say no.
I don't disagree with that. My only point in all of this was the whole negotiation about the deeding of the property is independent of the operation of the building, the hours.
That's what we want, that's what we said.
Well, that was my negotiations with the city attorney for Henderson.
We'll see. I mean,
To spread it a little wider, this is the arrangement with Hendersonville, and I would bring up, there are other cities in this county. Do the other cities pay towards the library? And then, as far as your statement on they can quit paying, what I found out when we were looking at animal control, and I looked back through prior budgets, Hendersonville used to pay $10,000 towards animal control. And I won't name which one of the aldermen, but they went and checked on it, and they came back, and the answer I got was, Hendersonville said, we stopped paying because none of the other cities were paying. So nobody pays for pays a portion. Hendersonville used to, and I understand their logic. So I'm asking you, with the libraries, are the other cities going to be paying in for their libraries?
They are.
All of them are, and everybody's going to pay.
Everybody's focusing on the building, but you know, you pay almost $1.2 million a year. Several years, you pay more operational than that building.
I don't care who owns it.
Because you pay more operational than the
I
building.
mean, at the end of the day, we can shoot it down. I mean, I'd like to see a vote on it. I mean, my proposal here is to, go ahead.
I'm just trying to understand, like, what exactly is the goal here? So you're talking about, Hendersonville's asked for about $180,000 more.
Yeah.
And so you're talking about, instead of just reducing it and just moving on, you're talking about reducing that and spreading it out.
Reducing it and spreading out and getting 4 extra hours for all of the libraries. Except Galley, because they're already at 44. And then we can say, hey, look, everybody, for $100,000, everybody gets an extra 4.
Is Hendersonville still willing to pay $70,000 for those 4 hours?
If they're not, then the deal's off the table.
For them, they get 40 hours.
They get 40 hours, we just bring them up to MOE. Because we're having to pick up that 70.
We're also picking up over 30.
Yeah, so like, I mean, and it's definitely off the table. That's my opinion, go ahead.
I don't need them on the leave.
I know you don't pay nothing, but if you have been 4 more hours, then you have more operational costs.
Well, I mean, you'll have to come back and say,
Well,
And does every library want it? Like,
it's up to them. I mean, we're proposing, making a proposal, and just like we did, I mean, we did this with Highway, we're gonna do this in 2 weeks. They have 2 weeks to come back and say they can do it or not. If not, then we just give them the COLA, and leaving it, other than that, maintenance nothing.
But you know that bathroom use by that park, by Hendersonville, so if it's open longer, it's gonna be some utilities there on that.
I'd be just curious to know what the utility cost increase is.
Ma'am?
I can say Hendersonville County currently without the extra employees that I've asked for. Everybody I have is maxed out. They can't work any more hours. You've got $210 a day in utility costs.
Then if we don't want to do that, then I would just say that we go back to the COLA plus maintenance for all.
That may be the best.
That may be the best way. I mean, we can do. Yeah, I mean, because those, I mean, I'm just leveling. Those two are going to go away. No matter what happens. I mean, there's no way, I mean, I know what's going to happen here. There's no way those two are going to happen. It's a choice between maintenance of effort with the COLA and the market adjustment. So some librarians are going to get a good raise, probably above what people are asking to begin with. And you got what you got, or you get the 10% extra and you can, try to find a way to be open an extra 4 hours. That's the deal.
He's had to give them the employees, I know, give them employees and the extra part-time.
So, I mean, we have one that says they can. I mean, I would still be interested in letting with the board, we have board members here. Do you guys want us to put that proposal forward?
I think Amy and Lauren said they wanted to be at this extra 4 hours.
So how about we go ahead and do it and send it to them, and then we'll come back if they don't want to.
Did they not, Jackie, the other day? But, I'm sorry. On workshop, we were here for library workshop, library, Thursday when they presented, and Amy and Lauren said.
Yeah, we need to get sure. Here, I'll tell you what, we're gonna start.
And the only people who were asked to be at an extra 4 hours that I know of was Hendersonville.
So here's what we're gonna do. If you guys wanna come, I think, because we need to move on, we'll just do COLA plus maintenance of effort plus COLA plus market. Then we'll, if y'all wanna make a different proposal to us, in 2 weeks, then we'll do it that way.
So, can you repeat that for me, just so I can?
It's basically COLA.
We're basically COLA.
We gotta do
Adjust those
market adjustments.
and adjust the ones to the minimum.
COLA and adjust the ones up for the new rate.
Market, yes, correct.
Okay.
And then if they wanna, I mean, there's still an option here, if you guys wanna bring it back and see if you can do it, by all means, bring it in 2 weeks, but we're gonna start from here.
And we'll go each library individually, not as a whole. Everybody doesn't have to be on board.
I mean, now, I would have liked to see them all, but it's whatever they wanna bring, in 2 weeks. All right, let's go on to share, Beth, we got sheriff ready, let's do sheriff.
Yeah, you know what she did? She changed all the numbers. So our numbers are wrong now. I'm here. I know, I'm with you.
She marked blue and everything.
Now, can you send the email that
Which email? I just sent Beth and forwarded to everybody. I don't have everybody's email. I got it on my personal email. I don't have everybody's county email here. Just you put them on here. All right, we're back to sheriff. So let's
61. 61 or something.
Okay.
If I had a ruler.
You scroll down that bottom.
Yeah.
Good majority of it. Got laws.
Steve, just line it in files would help. Anything.
Put a grid on it.
It should have been, it was in the email. It was in the email.
This is so difficult without a paper. Is there any way we could take a break and get a paper copy of just the sheriff?
Should be like what?
I mean, how much difference?
It's, what was it, so there was, this year there was about $350,000 difference, $382 difference in salaries, and then there was a $300,000 difference in feed costs, and I think there's another $100,000 in operational costs somewhere. She marked every change in blue. So, she marked all changes in blue.
Wasn't the total ask from the sheriff like,
it was like $8.5 million, something like that, like new money. Yeah, new.
What if they been that money from last year? Let's look at the summary sheet when she gets done.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get her to do.
We got about salary costs,
Including that one, Troy.
The back number.
I think it's 825. Yeah, 825.
Yeah, but you did mark them all in blue.
When you get done, Beth, just look at the summary sheet. Look at Mr. Maxwell's questions.
About $8 million.
Well, we gotta see if that includes the money from the, it was done last year for the, SROs. Yeah, the SRO raisins.
It's not new money necessarily.
Well, we can say we got it broke out there.
Where do we get the money from the, state for the SROs, that 3 point?
So we got it budgeted next year.
From the state, okay.
And it covered the cost of two of his new, or part of the cost of his two of his new, so we'll look at that.
So we're adding 2 new SROs for the 2 new middle schools?
The middle school
I was thinking Liberty Creek and White House had one.
Yeah, two middle schools.
Two middle schools.
I know it's for two, but I know schools or whatever, I don't know the answer. So yeah, you gotta take that into account. And then we'll look at it after it's adjusted. I'm thinking, and then you also gotta remember you're picking up the new courthouse station. You're gonna have a whole bunch of stuff.
Did you get those numbers from us?
Yeah, we got, let me give you the email the guy sent us.
Can we, I mean, that's gonna take a moment to understand. Do you understand it?
Yeah, I understand it, but I don't know if
How do we
it's
compare?
apples to apples. He said that they have 22 post-certified in the whole building and 6 non-certified, but I don't know how that compares to their sales.
Where's that? And
Maybe
maybe,
they're not using fourth quarter either, so I don't know.
and we're going to,
No, we're not using
and
all.
they're not,
Those are like,
It's really 8 million salaries.
I think we're, how big will be comparable to what I didn't.
You gotta go with the SRO money from the state, that 8 million on top of the SRO.
I'm sorry.
I'm assuming that 8 million.
Well, we're gonna look at the details when she gets here. I'll have
I'm just including, I'm assuming it's including the SRO money from the state, that 8 million.
we're gonna have to look, if you look at his total change line from last year, you'd have to subtract out this difference.
Obviously, it's total budget is different breakdown this year.
Yeah, but if you, okay,
I'm looking at all of it.
if you take his total lines from the changes in $10 million this year, subtract it out.
well, it would be, how many?
What's the revenue coming in, so you can't, yeah, you can't say it's still an increase on the budget. We got a summary salary sheet, I think, what you're asking.
Okay.
Capital salary sheet, on capital, there you look at it. Because I broke it into different salaries.
That's how you have to calculate.
Sorry, I couldn't hear him. I couldn't hear him.
You said you gotta add this.
Salary and benefits is so here's the summary. $452,000 reduction with salary and benefits, and then another, 300 reduction in, operating supplies, just food, and then there was some others as well, right?
He's gonna come back and ask for food later in the year, because that's happened in the jail.
He did a new contract, which saved him a lot of money.
Saving money.
Okay.
They did good this year on
The
that.
trend is different.
They're a couple $100,000 in the last year.
That was the.
Yeah, but one we were budgeted below, he budgeted above this time, and the trend is already below.
He came in and they reworked their whole food contract, tried to save money, and it worked. It seems like it worked.
I'm not gonna be surprised in 6 months.
No, I mean, Mr. Brad, where do you think about that 300,000? I think you're gonna talk about it.
We did leave it at what we budgeted for the year before, because budget had to be submitted before I had. But budget was right. It was food cost. We had $300,000. Yes, and now, projected next year, I'm expecting to spend about $925,000. So we reduced it down to $1 million just to leave a buffer in there in case. Well, we have to have a digestion of root menu. I don't want to get us sued, but yes. Yeah, the new contract that we went to has saved us significantly. Their higher purchasing power equals reduced cost for us. So it's been a great win for us.
But to be transparent, we do have to be concerned about the medical, though, that may be an issue.
Yes.
It's came back and become a different issue, but we'll know something soon, because we're going to do it. We'll just say, put the bid back.
I think it's 2 weeks from now.
Yeah, the bid.
So we need to look at that closer when we
Well,
get back.
this next meeting, we can.
I would, so we just plugged these in, and so we had a salary reduction, like salary benefits reduction of 452,000, 462? 453, food reduction of 300,000, and there was other ones in there, I think it's a little shy of 100,000, so it's about $800,000 in their original request. I mean, so I think now this is where we said we were gonna have those plugged in, we can go down and look at them.
The salary cost sheet, Beth, can you click on that, because Mr. Mansell had a question, I think he want to answer it here.
Yeah, we're just gonna do the same thing with.
I think, can you go to the share section?
How many new employees at the bottom? At all?
No, it's
That right there is the amount that they did for the raises, that was not count benefits for the, based on the raises slash. That's what you're thinking about, that's the raises for, when they did the raises, not count benefits, they also eliminated the, department payment. This is the cost of that's their cost of living, and then this is additional salary request, including new positions, not counting like, new health benefits or, social security Medicare.
How many new positions?
We can go back to that salary sheet.
That was
Yeah.
changed, he removed several,
But just go to the detail sheet, scroll, we can show it.
Yeah, because you can see it.
Yeah, because mine is wrong now.
Yeah, they, we'll have to scroll from up there. This will change, man, I go to the detail sheet, because that'll be all whacked up now, I think.
Yeah, I go to the salary.
Could we do a nice little summary for you, but it, when you change it like that, we have to update it again manually. There you go. All right.
So if you scroll down, everything in blue is stuff that's been removed, right?
but removed or changed.
Yeah, so that training deputy looks like it's been removed. The, those have been reduced.
But that's the two new SROs we were talking about.
Yeah, a lieutenant, course lieutenant removed. There were some more at the bottom, I think.
How are we looking at market for this?
Right. Yeah, I mean,
I'm gonna look at that.
yeah, we can go down. We can go down and do that too. We've done it for everybody. I mean, when I was looking at it earlier, they were close. So we can go and, now some of the jumps are big and some of them you're gonna have, like, so the questions I think you're gonna have are around, I pressed Mr. Craddock particularly on a couple of the SROs that looked like they were getting a big bump. And the purpose of those was to be able to bring on more senior people, which I understand. I personally benefit from having a very senior SRO at our school. So there are a couple of those like that, but I mean, that's the ones I think that are gonna jump out at you when you look at the salary difference. If we go back to the salary sheet, and we'll just go down and look market to market.
I really do need a paper sheet. I'm having trouble tracking up there and back and forth.
And that, you may want to slow down, but we can have, if you want to stop a few minutes, I can have Jessica go up there.
We'll do a 5-minute break.
And print it off, just pull it up in your system, because you know it's online, so you can pull it there. Just print the sheriff's department and their salary sheet.
Let's do EMS too, because sheriff and EMS are gonna have.
Did you make the changes on EMS also?
You made those changes on EMS?
It may take her a few minutes more than 5, but she can go up there and print those 3 sections.
All right. I'll do a break.
Sheet upstairs.
We'll do a break.
Open the budget sheet, print the salary sheets for EMS, sheriff, and then print this section of the general fund budget, or the whole section of general fund appropriation.
Page 57, and it's A25. So what we're doing now is we've got the adjustments down from the sheriff's office. They total $762,000 of reduction from what was that right? 762. 762 of reduction from what they had previously requested, and we were about to go and look at the salaries to compare our market.
I'm just starting there on, we're doing this with everybody, all the departments. So I'm just looking like, for example, on page 1, deputy sheriff, I don't know if that's.
Page 1 or page 825 or, right. Gotcha.
22.
Gotcha. So on this one, patrol officer, deputy sheriff, 58,000. And I just look at here, what they're, the ask on a lot of these, you're talking 67,000, 72,000, 62,000, 65,000. So I'm not sure, like, all these are way above the market. So it's like, we're talking like I'm just looking at that Commissioner Boyd worked on the bringing up the market last October, and that's kind of what happened. And so I'm just wondering, I'm looking at this, and obviously exceeding that work. So I'm just trying to compare you with all the other departments, what we're doing. Some have been low, but now it looks like some are high. And I'm just trying to put this stuff fairly.
So I'm looking at some of the ones that are on the high end have been there for a bit of time, but go ahead.
Can I just ask, I mean, I understand the concept of, like, if we look at, it's hard to say, the first deputy where the requested addition is 12,000, and Dan can help me walk through this, but I asked him last time, and I understand what we're seeing there, and it's just a concept that the table needs to understand. I think, if you can help me, He's saying this is a new position, and if they come in with no experience, he's paying them $56,000. But he wants the position so he can pay a more experienced person. And that's why the $12,000 additional there to bring it up to an empty position that could make between $58,000 or $71,000. So, did I get that right?
I'll motion to suspend the rules.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am, that's 100% accurate, and
I just want to make sure I understood that.
if someone with 7 years of experience in the sheriff's office today, when applied to the Alpha Police Department, they would put them in at $10. They would hire them in and compensate them for that experience. And so some of those, if you'll remember from our mid-year adjustment last year with the SRO grant money, we went solely based on tenure at the county. So some of these guys were police officers for 20 years somewhere else. Well, they didn't get an adjustment to step 10. They went to step 2 because they've been in the county for 2 years. So some of these adjustments accommodate for that and put them at the appropriate step, commensurate with their experience.
Because we decided that we weren't going to compensate backwards.
Well, it's the easiest way for us to do it, the most efficient.
So, my question to this committee would be, we don't really have steps. We don't. I mean, we just adjusted, but, and we don't have levels of deputies. Some departments do. So here, if we had levels of deputies, we would probably have, let's just make them, we would have like, let's say 5 levels. And we would probably staff up for each level or something, or whatever they can hire. So here, you're just opening a position up with a budget amount at the high end. So, and I'm not like speaking for this, against this right now, I'm just presenting why that range is there. I haven't made without a salary survey, or if we had budgeted, like we need so many seniors, or, it's hard to say. And we don't do it with other departments. So like, if, let's say, the clerk's office, if a clerk came in and they had 8 years experience, do we start them out at the beginning pay, or do we give them 8 years of pay, or do we try and nudge them in with a 2-year, we see you have experience, but we're not going to give you 8 years to come in. We give you 2, or we give you market. It's compensation and contribution, the job we have.
I guess here's, or I didn't want to.
I just wanted to explain why that was the
difference. Look at
difference.
it that I have, and it's the way, I've done this for all of them. There's a point where like, are we going to go in and try to be HR for the sheriff's department, like with steps and things like that?
Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying, I just wanted to explain what's there.
It feels like we're getting too granular. What I'm looking at is this. I'm looking at marketing. So I look at a patrol officer, deputy sheriff. For all of these, I look at between median and true median and median top. So you're really talking about 50th percentile to 75th percentile. That's about what's on here on page 1. So if I look at the far right column, and then I look at the column 3 in. So median actual is the far right.
That's 58,822.
Which job?
That's for a sheriff's department, a deputy sheriff, deputy patrol officer, 58,822.
This one right here.
And then 58,822. And then, so that's median. That's the 50%.
7 to 10 year average.
And then
That's what that column is.
well, what it is it's median for that. So you're at
7 to 10 years.
Of
That's what we
experience?
talked about in our budget here. There's this right column, the median actual base pay rate is a 7 to 10 year average.
So but most of these guys have that much experience.
Okay.
So then you've got median top. So that's not top. That's median top. So you're talking about the 75th, maybe 80th percentile.
They have it at 30-year average.
That's
what that's based on.
Can you review us on that, Mr. Long?
I don't think.
Well, this is what you got. You got median actual base pay rate, which means that's the median average of people actually filled.
Correct.
Medium of top step or range, that means the medium of the top ranges, and there's the medium of the start ranges. So start, top, and the median base would be everybody. So you can probably make a good guess. You're going to average 7 to 10 where you're reaching in.
So that's what
But that's when you said 7 to 10.
But that's
when you said
But that's what
is a guess.
But that's a guess.
that's our guess based
So
on
my
the
point
data.
here is that what this actually is a bell curve. And so the bell curve, there are this is measuring 3 different points on the bell curve. The very center point is the 50th percentile, and that is for this position, 58,822. So the next one up is the median of the top. So you're talking about a standard deviation roughly. So consider that about the 75th to 80th percentile. So in my mind, we want to be between those two for most of our roles, given that this is a little bit weird. So you want to be kind of in the middle, maybe a little bit plus, given that these are more 50th to 75th percentile. All of these positions are in there. Most of them are, the lower end is 60,000 for a deputy, right around 60,000, and the higher end for them I'm seeing is 72. To me, that's all right between the 50th and the 75th. I mean, they look pretty close.
One of them's actual. The far right is your actual, okay? Then the next one over is based on their scales or whatever. The very top medium. Next one, the very top medium, based on their scales. So if you think that one you're looking at is actual, so if you're wanting to reach the medium, in 7 to 10 years, you're probably going to be near on that. After that, you're going to be over it, you're going to be below it.
So
that's usually the way they fall.
And
they don't on these, but
I'm just trying to keep
Mr.
between
Long
those two.
and I and Chief Deputy, we worked, gosh, last October, we put in the hours, and we handed off $2.7 million in raises, and we went through every dollar, we looked at everyone, hire date. As of last October, everybody was at market, and we all three agreed. We didn't handshake it, but we all agreed. We gave more, we took and moved, and as of last October, with the $2.7 million in raises we handed out, everybody was at market. So I was expecting to step in with the cost of living, which we've got, a COLA of 5.5. Because we brought this one, I'd say Mr. Long probably spent 80 hours. And the chief and I probably each spent another 30 hours. And these were at market in October with the $2.7 million.
Here's what I think we're looking at, and Eric, if you're finding everything if I'm wrong, make sure. I think when we look at this, let's just look at patrols as the easiest one. Your 5% cost of living is 5. I think the next thing you did, because that was a question he had for me, is the 5 inclusive of the step. He's came into the next column and put the 2% step. I think all these other adjustments is where Eric's trying to go back and make up if you were a deputy. It's not a market adjustment, he's giving more credit for prior service to other places or positions. So I think it is our market, but the question is your 5% inclusive of the 2% steps? Your first question, and that's you and the sheriff's going to have to decide that. And number two, I think the next question, if you're trying to stay to market, are you going to give prior service credits? I think it's on market when we got done. But I think now do you want to determine, is it a 5% inclusive of the steps, or is it a 5% and the 2% steps? And are you going to fund or be willing to do the prior service? That's the questions. And you can ask the Chief Deputy about, maybe I'm missing something, but I think that's what we're looking at.
You got a question, and then I'll get you.
I don't have a question. I just wanted to make a statement, and that is that I know Terry did work very, very hard on this. And I think we even talked maybe once or twice during that period of time. But if I have a prejudice with the budget, it would be I'm very much persuaded that emergency services are very, very important. I guess if I think that I'm calling an officer to my house, it wouldn't be the sheriff's department, but it would be the city. And if I call an officer, I want the most qualified, the most competent person that you could find. And I made a terrible decision in starting to watch a TV show at night called Body Cams. And my sympathy has even gone up because I see these officers in sleepy little country towns being shot to death. Small towns, we're not talking about Sumner or Nashville or anything like that. And if an ambulance comes to my home, few minutes ago in another department, there was like an 11,000% increase. That's huge. I would question that. But this is a big department, and it is going to be significantly higher than others. If this were before me on the commission floor, I just have to say I would vote for emergency services if it's within reason.
That's right, I would just note it.
So I want to go back, I've had time to think about the positions, the empty positions that were coming in and funding at the high end. I was wondering if we could look at funding them at the average of that position.
Are you talking about the motion?
No, I'm just wondering if that was.
You had a question, Mr. Scott.
We did that whenever.
Yeah, I thought
we did that.
I thought you moved to the midway point.
We budgeted step 5, hoping the average was.
That's what I'm talking
I
about
think the
right
deputy
there.
you're looking at started in February, I think it's a full, is that what?
Well, so that's what we were explaining, is that that's the high end. So that would be like if you did have steps and you had a 5 deputy, then if he was level 5, if that's what you could do, then he would make 71,000. But if he was level 1, then he would make 58,000. So I'm just saying, can we fund in the middle instead of at the highest end of that salary?
Which one are you looking at?
Yeah, which one are you looking at?
That's kind of what's saying,
This is the new one I got.
What
That's
line?
not every place.
which line, well, we can pull it up on the screen, see if we can, look at this.
I don't have numbers on my line.
This is February, I think they've hired somebody and that was prior services.
Well, it's the same here. I mean, it's the same one here. too.
But we've got two.
I have got February instead of 70, actually, on this one, I go down to like.
You know what, do you understand what I'm
Is
saying?
it okay if Eric comes up here and we can do this with you?
Yeah, that's what we're looking at.
So we fund to the middle, I mean, we don't know what they're
I
gonna,
see
who
what
they're
you're
gonna
saying.
hire.
Those are 27% increase.
Well, what he's doing there is he's giving himself, I mean, I see what you're trying to do, and I might be okay with that.
And there's,
He's
you know,
giving himself the room to hire, like.
the most expensive, but I'm just saying, can't we,
Well, he's gonna look and see if these are, we're not, and that's what I've asked Eric, and he's not sure, because he's worked on this, and I haven't seen it or bid. I'm not sure if these are vacant positions that were recently filled, and these people have prior service we're trying to give them, or if these are positions that are still vacant, I'm not sure.
and
And I can hide the names, but I prefer not to hide everybody.
Yeah.
Why we not, well, but.
No.
and it just comes out because the additional, the 2% step that we're talking about is usually around $1,200, except for these that are 12,000, which is in this category we're discussing.
These are the ones that I was telling you that we're gonna.
These are the new, yes, it's the new,
And
it's
some
the
of
new
them-
position.
Right, it's someone who we hired recently and have not been able to pay them for their experience. For example, we got a guy from Metro, our homicide guy, awesome, 20 years experience, is being paid as a step 2 deputy. He can leave right now, go out there, and he's gonna go to step 2.
That would be in a median 20, 30-year range.
Well, this is a little bit deceiving.
I'm just saying, if you come to,
positions.
from what you're saying, I'm just, I guess, kind of confirming what you're saying here. Let's look here. That is the median 20, 30-year employee, so if you're talking about bringing them up, well, this is the average. This would be, are you the senior, you talking about?
Well, so, we are all listed as deputy sheriffs, right? We don't have, for senior deputy level. So you have to combine those 2 lines in order to have an accurate depiction.
Yeah, and that right there has been the argument I've been making here.
Yes.
When I've been saying like, hey, look, we're trying to look at these on, like, across the, if you add, and I was just looking.
That's just,
Right.
But if you look across the board here, there are almost none that are above like 273. Other than your lieutenants, there are very few man your detectives.
I think, Jeremy, what you're saying is, they don't have a corporal level in their control, so there's more responsibility given to the deputies, so.
Right.
He said it's probably a higher rate.
And so if you were to incorporate the master patrol officer, senior deputy corporal level, then you're going from 68,701 median to 87,464 at that probably 20th percentile, 25th percentile. So again, like, I don't know, I just look at these and I don't see anything, the 12,000 numbers, they did the same thing for me. They pop out because but if I throw that out and I just look at the range of what's the post raise, none of them are nuts. Like, none of them, once I just strip that 12,000 out and start looking at the actual market, they're all within percentile to 75th, maybe 80th percentile, all of them.
Well, I gotta tell you though, that, you know, you gotta look at the loaded cost. And most of these deputies are getting have a 50% increase in their cost to us because of perks. So they're all at 6 digits.
I get it. I mean, but this is, I mean, these guys are too, and these guys are all gonna have good.
I don't know, are all the counties apples for apples?
I would, I mean.
This would be a question for you and David Lawing and Eric.
A lot of counties are on TCRS, some pay the 5%, some don't. There's a few on hybrid, but by and large, it goes both directions, so we're probably somewhere on the middle. And then the same thing, people talk about health insurance. Some counties pay more on their health insurance, some pay less, some benefits are higher and lower. So you're really not comparing apples.
But we do have the highest number of holidays.
I mean,
We
do. I mean, there's a point where like we start getting into like we're playing HR for this department.
Well, that's how we voted on the Senate survey.
But this is, I mean, this is close enough. I mean, they're within that range. All we do there is get a different range to look at.
So are you proposing dropping that 12,000 everywhere you see it and bringing it from the board down? Is that what you're proposing?
That was what I was asking. If
you wanna make a
if
motion
we're
for it?
looking at a vacant position, you know, why don't we budget for the middle? And also, I had another question. Are we in or out? In or out?
We're out, I think.
We're out.
How many vacant positions do you have?
We could do
So let's do this. I've got an idea. So
we have vacant positions.
So we don't have the ability to answer all of those. Here's what I suggest. Mr. Craddock, could you get I think the breakdown is which of these that are marked red here are filled and which are ones that are new. If you could just get a breakdown of that, when we meet in 2 weeks. But for now, I think for planning purposes, we need to make a choice. Do we want to go with what we have now or Ms. Boyd? I'm comfortable with what we got now. I think we can balance with what we got now. Ms. Boyd, did you have a motion to change those 12,000s? It's up to you.
There's a whole lot of numbers on here. I mean, there's those, and I'm just asking about the vacant position. Are we funding it to full end, or can we do the middle? So I haven't looked at the others.
We have to, okay.
So could she just email the chief deputy all the questions and deal with them on the 30th?
We could do that, but I do want to have something like locked in I do want to try to get to a balance point today. So if you got a change.
So why don't we just bring down the 12 to 6?
I would make that motion.
Okay, so we have a motion to bring all the 12 down to 6. Across the board, motion in a second. Any discussion on this?
I would almost rather plan for the, I hate to use this term, I would plan for the worst, which is the 12,000. We expect
vote against it or vote for it?
No, I'm just saying, I'm just telling you where I stand right now. I mean, I'd rather someone give me a higher number and prepare for the higher number, and if we don't use the higher number,
I mean, look, I'm probably going to vote with you, but
I'm just saying, that's kind of
we have money in the budget. We have unfilled positions. We have a lot of money in unfilled positions, and that goes to pay our overtime.
Let's make a vote on.
In my mind,
I mean, could you give us a swag on that? 6, 12, 18, 24, 30, 36, 42.
About $2 million.
No, I mean,
We got to shave off $2 million.
No, we already shaved 750.
You're about 8 from where you was at last year, I would guess.
I mean, this is gonna save you like a balanced budget.
We need to shave, coming to this meeting, we need to shave off $2 million off the budget. Right?
1.5 off the general fund.
Yeah, and then we got 8 of it off this, which is, we got about half of it there. So, okay, go ahead.
No, that's just a quick question. On unfilled positions, are any of those from animal control?
I don't know. Mr. Craddock, go ahead.
Any of the dates, the evaluation dates that show June 24, those are vacant.
Yeah.
June 23, okay.
That's why I said I wasn't
So I
sure.
don't see any in here.
So this year, we currently do not have any vacancies.
Aren't you asking for more positions or part-time? So that's not on.
Go ahead, Mr. Brown. So all of February 24 are filled.
I don't want to say yes and be wrong, but I'll get you.
You got one other question. There's a timing issue. Go ahead, Mr. Brown, one other question. Is there a pay for having an education and all that kind of stuff?
There's currently not.
Okay.
Mr. Long, did you have any other notes?
Well, I was just saying, for Bob's question, there's a timing difference, time he prepares and runs through us. These Februarys may have been hired with a different date, he may be able to change a few of these, that's why I said it may be best to let Ms. Boyce and other questions to deal with this.
Yeah, and let's just get to something. Go ahead, Go ahead.
I wanted a different item. So I see, a new IT person, but.
Well, wait, we have a motion on the board. We have a motion on the board.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That motion is a total. We don't.
For the deputies was $101,000.
So we save $101,000.
You take half of that.
So $50,000 if you cut those 12,000s down to 6. $50,000.
And I'm not worried about saving money or cutting money. I want everybody to be at market. And if we want to give the sheriff's people up here, then we're going to give everybody else.
Well, I mean, and that's what we're doing. I'm just trying to keep them between those 2 points, which is what I've been, anyway. Any other on these? So the motion on the floor is to remove the 12,000 across all of these positions.
Some of them are a little more than 12, so.
Anything above 12?
Yeah, here's one for 14.
What's the specific motion?
Anything that is, let's see.
Put into positions.
Yeah. Anything that is 10 or above.
10 or above.
Cut in half.
Cut in half. Okay, so
For ED positions.
we can't know that. We don't have that ability to tell that. What is the second good with that? 10 and above. Mr. Mansfield, were you the second?
I mean, at this point, we're talking about $50,000.
That's right.
Not a lot of money. Probably more now, because you just.
Yeah,
when you do that, it's going to.
It's just.
Maybe
And again, it's just the idea that if we're funding a position, are we funding it at the top end, or can we not fund it at the
we
end?
got it, I want to kind of get us here.
Yeah, the only reason I'm doing this, I have a real problem with giving people a 25% increase in 1 year.
I get it.
That's my problem with it.
It's the second good with that, 10,000. All right, so we have a motion and a second. For anything above $10,000, we think it'll probably be around an $80,000 to $100,000 savings. I mean, we'd have to calculate something like that. It's not life-changing, but it's impactful. Any other discussion? All in favor of this? Aye. All opposed? No. 2 noes. Me and Mr. Smith. Okay, so go ahead and cut those in half. And any other changes to this budget?
So I was just wondering, so I see the IT on here, and I know that we're moving the jail, or the courts over, and the county IT is taking the court. We're moving IT functions of the judges and all of that to our central IT department. So I'm just wondering, here we have IT, and is there a reason we have a separate one, or can we centralize it, or why do they need an extra person if they're losing most of their stuff?
Is there a specific motion on it?
Discussion.
Okay. Well, we're outside of rules. Maybe Mr. Craddock can set a question for Mr. Craddock.
Well, he's about they're asking for a new IT tech.
Right, but we're moving all IT for all the judges and all that to county. So why is there an extra one? And then I got to wonder, can we centralize it and say?
So, Mr. Craddock, I don't know if you want to respond to that. Like it's the question, what is the rationale for them having their own separate IT?
Yes. And then I guess I want to understand what is the responsibility of IT now that, part of it's going on to more like, do you know?
I don't know anything about county. I don't hear it.
So, my understanding was that prior to this move to the courthouse, your IT covers the judges and all of their office.
We did do a lot.
And all of that function is now moved over to the county IT. So I wonder why all of it didn't move over to the county. Well, first I saw the new employee, and I see the workload there, and I see the new employee, and then I got to wonder why it doesn't all go over to county IT.
I would encourage you to come spend a day with that around. He has a backlog that is absolutely insane. He needs help.
their own. And I never understood that until he told me.
Well, Chairman, I think in Knox County, at the last security meeting we went to, they have 13.
Oh, I don't want to cut resources, I'm just wondering why it's not feasible. I mean,
So they,
and if it was over here, maybe you could send 3 people over there, or 4, or like me, or anything, or train more.
so the answer is that I mean, it sounds like the answer is that you just want segregation of your systems from the broader county systems.
I want the sheriff's office IT guy to report to me. I want to be able to go grab him and say, do this right now.
Got it. Ms. Boyd,
I'm just,
what do we pay the county?
Can you go over to IT and see how much we pay the county IT techs? See how they compare that?
I mean, maybe up or down, I just try to keep them.
So, it's kind of what we pay for IT tech is nowhere near 78. So like 48.50, server 60, network administrator 68. Actually, you guys, pay for that.
Do you have a motion? Or something you want to do on that?
I just saw it like 5 minutes ago, I'm thinking.
Well, we need to move, we need to move
I
though.
understand, y'all,
It's up to y'all.
the workload decreased, and I understand they got a lot of work, maybe they were understaffed, but the workload, a lot of the work came off.
I do get the argument
that's
for
all
wanting to
I'm
have a
saying.
segregated system. We could haggle on the, like, do we want to bring them in at 65,000 as opposed to 78? I mean, but to keep them equivalent to the other one, but I would.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
So,
but-
all right, do you want, all right, I'll make a motion then. I'll make a motion to keep it where it is, but make it lower to 65,000 instead of 78. To be, I mean, put them in with like a network administrator level.
What kind of, do they have, again, we don't have job descriptions.
Well, do I have a second on that one? So, there's a lot of going on. So the motion is, we're talking about the new IT position, reduce that to be in line with like a network administrator on the county side, so it's like equivalent, which is a higher end of what we're paying on the county folks. So we went to 65,000. Yeah, 68, I think.
Can we look at the comp? Where's the,
That's what I was trying to prove. We looked at it when we looked at IT.
Yeah, I think we're just
do we look at the IT?
we're just kind of making like for like.
So we're set now. I'm fine with that, but I want to look at something else like the license security. No, it would be like, it would be IT, you know, IT, for like comparison.
I don't have a second on it now.
Well, it's just, this is probably a dumb question.
I'm sorry. We have a motion and a second.
Is it one and the same?
I don't.
Skill set?
There's once again, I don't have a perfect. The question is, can you hire an IT person for $65,000? I mean, we'll find out.
IT tech is 52 to 77.
So this is like splits right down the middle.
Those are the range. So we're hiring IT techs at, about 50.
So I'm talking about
Median average is 56 for IT tech.
Yes, right, right.
So I put it at 65.
What is that compared with the county IT tech?
Yeah, because I put it at network administrator. Because I'm assuming if it's just going to be this one other person, they're going to wear multiple roles.
But where is the county, like, where's the
It's
county?
the county for
Network is about 49, the network.
network administrator 68. So I put it at 65.
So, you have an IT director right now at 100,000, the sheriff's office. That's what the new request is. And you're talking about a new IT tech at 78,000. Well, I was county IT tech, it's 48,000.
Yeah, so I mean, what I did is I moved it to 65. Because I mean, they're calling it the same thing, but I'm assuming it's going to be, if they're truly having to maintain a separate network, I mean, they're calling it IT tech, but I'm figuring they're going to play a network admin role.
It would seem like a criminal.
Like IT tech is like, IT tech is, I mean, you know this, Jeremy, like, IT tech is like, I'm updating a website. I'm doing my routine updates. I'm like updating my Windows software. A network administrator is, I'm maintaining my databases, and I'm different, very different. And so,
but I mean, that's not what, it's not the position's for that, I mean.
well, I don't know, I mean, it's,
I don't know what it is either.
I mean, well, Mr. Craig, what is this individual gonna do?
Everything you just said.
So we have 4 servers over there that need to be maintained, they're gonna have to be refreshed this year. We have an internal network that people have access remotely, they're gonna
That's
run.
not an IT check, that's a
So
network.
it's just a wrong classification.
And that's not a person, I mean, it's not a 9 to 5
It's a,
job.
that's a network, that is a network,
Some breaks down, yes, but.
that's a network.
So he or she is at home.
So,
But I do have a question, how much
those
of
are
this,
doing, right?
so, hey, Mr. Craig, I do have a question, how much of this is currently outsourced?
We absolutely don't.
So are you planning on bringing some more of it in with this role?
Because when, you guys know, when you contract something out, you're at their mercy. Say, hey, we want this done, and they say, what's gonna take us?
So how much are we spending on outsourced stuff right now?
Probably about, well, for services, but for managed projects, I would say it's probably about $65,000-$70,000.
So can we reduce, if we reduce the one, we'd like to add that up? I mean, I'm just trying to, like, do you think you're gonna save that with that role? That way we can net you out on this one?
What line item, do we, have a line item for contracted out?
It's paid under courthouse.
I mean, because that's the argument you're making, I mean, that's the argument is, why try to save.
I guess, why would you need a new person if you're still gonna contract it out the same results? I mean, it's just a matter of control, I guess that's what it is.
I don't know what's gonna happen between now and next budget year, right? So some IT thing happens, some vulnerability is identified by CJS or FBI, and we have to implement something that might need the money to outsource.
I get it, we're trying to ask you to predict the thing.
Mr. Long, do you have a line item for
I don't know
contracted out?
exactly here in front of you guys.
There's a data line for the sheriff's department, but there's some of it, I think, through courthouse and jail.
I mean, we're not talking about a ton of money here.
No, I'm just wondering.
There's 65.
Pretty good data line.
Well, I mean, we haven't
Data
voted on it.
processing.
I just said
Data processing service.
We wanna go ahead and vote on that?
I wanna know if are you the maker of this motion?
Yeah, that's right.
Would you be, I thought so. Would you be
I was just looking at the.
No, I mean, if 78 was where it was, I mean, I was just trying to talk this like.
Would you be good?
Here's what I'll say, I'll tell you what, I'm gonna page 58. I'm gonna make this motion, I'm gonna vote for it, if it goes up to 78, I support it then too. I mean, it is what it is, so.
I mean, that's an amendment I'm offering,
So, well, then my amendment just takes, you're asking me to remove my amendment, which I'm not gonna do. I'm just gonna go ahead and do it, and then if it goes to 75, 78, I'm good with it. All right, are we ready to vote this, all in favor of moving this to 68? Go ahead.
So, page 58. David, data processing services.
That's where we should run to.
Is that which one?
Well, so we're on, we're on this 65 to 78. Let's dispose of that one way or the other.
Well, this affects.
All right, go ahead.
That's where you would pay for the data processing services would be there, and then probably some other, and there's probably some other courthouse and jail maintenance I'd have to look, but I'm not sure.
So what, this is the amount we contract out, or is this amount for like,
It would be various.
subscriptions for service, systems?
Both, there's all kinds of stuff in there. That's not just contracted out, that's software, that's all kinds of stuff.
Licensing?
Yeah, and Eric may remember the name of some of their packages too, they got several software packages.
That's all part of that data processing.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff in there, and Eric may know the name of a few more of them than I do right off.
Is there any
There's more
way,
than that in
I
there.
mean, it's a lot here, is there any way that this upcoming year you can split those more and we can see what we're doing?
It's based on the state chart of accounts, what it falls into, and the thing is, if you do that with your budget, it's already large, you're gonna end up with unmanageable.
Well, just on this, I'm just interested in services versus, no?
Well, they are services, I mean, I don't, there should be we could separate line software, there should be software and software lines, but a lot of times it's hard to segregate, but a lot of times your services and software is mixed together too, that's what we.
So we can work on that later.
All right, so we have a motion, all in favor of keeping the position where it is, but reducing it from 78 to 65,000, which is in line with the network administrator of the county. All in favor? Any opposed? We have one no. Okay, all in favor, it was just, Mr. Smith. So,
quick on the highways and the, you guys did you guys adjust the highway? You did, so we should be able to pull it out of the document.
Oh, highway.
Highway salaries weren't adjusted, so let's pull the highway mechanics out. That's what I pulled out. So how much are the other mechanics in there? There's your mechanics in the highway department, which was, they're like 50, the highest one 64 for somebody that's been there since, looks like they're anywhere from 64 to 59, so they're averaging, what's that average there? About $60,000. She's gonna go there right now and pop on them. They're running, they're about 100,000 more a year. So, both of them make maintenance deals on that. County maintenance, yep.
I mean, I would argue, that we talk about, is that maintenance in the jail?
I'm not like mechanics,
Highway mechanics. I mean, if there's maintenance in the jail, I can see like that, why that might be a little bit.
I'm talking about mechanics, I mean, I was just curious, like.
So we do that, what's the difference, 15,000 about?
Yeah, about
15,000? Is there, Mr. Wright, I mean, that is a big difference between those two.
Well, I'm just looking at your spreadsheet that you guys put out in your last budget meeting. It says fleet manager, the median is 79,576.
Is that close to what that?
Yes, they don't just count for, I mean, they do our bids, they schedule maintenance, they buy cars, they build cars, they are truly in charge of the fleet.
Mr. Chairman, I can.
That's a good thing. Roger.
Mechanic?
So the point, it's kind of a similar thing like when I'd asked earlier, is this an IT tech or is this a network administrator? When you get into it, it's more of a network administrator. This is more of a fleet manager role than a mechanic. They're a fleet manager who's also working on cars. So they're making bids, they're doing administrative work as well.
How would you tell me that?
I mean, I'm
asking.
They don't, I don't think they build big, we could ask them.
We can come back to it. I mean, given what he had said and the fact that it's relatively close to market, I mean, I think we need to change the name.
Well, we're talking about two things. We're talking about bringing market corrections.
But we have to do that with the right role, because it says mechanic, and what we're really talking about is fleet administrator.
I've been to Toby's mechanics shop and witnessed what they do, and they work on, big tractors and trucks and.
They are multi-talented as far as that goes.
Yeah, they do a huge.
They work.
Yeah.
Is there a motion, anybody? Given that answer, I'm comfortable.
I'm just looking at department by department first. I mean, this whole process we started about bringing parity to departments and parity between market. That's what we've been doing the entire time. So if we're going to be fair, I agree fair. So I don't think, so if we're going to look at compare apples to apples, we need to compare apples to apples. And so that's what I'm just looking at between, because you got one department saying, hey, I'm doing the same thing, I don't understand this. So it's like, we're not trying to create that kind of.
So the question is, we don't have an answer from, Mr. Ellis about what the extent of his role is.
Of a mechanic?
Of a mechanic.
They'll do everything from rebuilding engines to.
But are they going out, are they building fleet, are they bidding, are they?
Those guys there's two of them, and they just do wrench work. I mean, they'll have to go out on the roads when a tractor breaks down sometime on the roads, and they'll have to either haul them back or fix them in the field. They do. I mean, it's big work. It's big diesels. They're
So do we want to go back and give them more money?
Here's the thing, we had said earlier that we intend to do some cross comparison, and for life versus life, so we were gonna bump that off. Terry, you had a couple of them earlier, we're gonna bump that off until 2 weeks from now, because the goal tonight is to get everything where it's at and get this thing balanced. And if we want to adjust around the edges, so, I mean, I'm fine to entertain a motion, but otherwise, I think.
I'll make a motion, it's just the way it is.
Well, I don't think we need a motion for that. We're just leaving, let's just continue to move. All right, any other changes on this? We can, because we can still compare around the edges.
I'm just trying to.
No, I get where you're, I get it.
Department
as is. Are there anything else we want to do?
I just feel trouble with how many vacant positions we can't fill, but yet we're adding new positions.
I get it, but we had asked, I think the next step was that you were going to email Mr. Craddock, and we're going to get that answer back. I'm just trying to move this to.
I know, I hear you, but.
I get it. Well, we'll get that answer.
And Don can be here all night.
We'll be there all night.
But we will have a diminishing returns curve to how.
At some point, you're not gonna get that.
At some point, I'm serious, at some point, we will be unfair to people because our minds aren't in it as much. So.
I agree.
So let's, unless we want to.
We were here a lot longer than 2 days we were handling on that.
Well, yeah, but we also started earlier in the day. Let's do, any objection to moving on to EMS?
I'm all right, say, if you have any doubts about the mechanics, just real quick, go visit the sheriff's department. Again, I'll just say real quick, I went down there, I called Eric, Chief Deputy Craddock, met with him with the mechanics, the maintenance, and the clerical. What I call it, the little guys behind.
What happened to our deputy sheriff's operation?
And I'm not saying this sarcastically, you might want to.
I've been there.
I want to give,
We're
how
moving-
we've got
we're
more
moving-
money, you're misunderstanding.
We're just trying to be equal. All right, let's move on to, sorry, I forgot we're going to do sheriff's operations. So we did have some savings here, I think it was around 300,000, a little more. Anything else we want to look through here? We're not on salaries anymore. No, we're not on salaries, we're on operations.
Are we,
Sheriff's Department operations.
oh, I'm sorry, it didn't say on the header. Sheriff's Department operations. Page.
Where's that, what's the capital request, the difference, I guess, where's the capital?
That's in the capital.
We're gonna do capital.
Let's do operations next.
Probably do that all.
Yeah, let's do that all together, let's do operations next, because if we can get through this at EMS, I bet we're gonna be close to a balanced recurring budget here. So, I think we're gonna be close, so let's do operations. And at least then we know we're, close. All right, does anything jump out at us? It's a big percent, but what is that, maintenance and repair equipment, big percent, but
34,000
not a big number.
But it was 34,000 this year, it looks like it was short in the current year.
Yeah, that's right.
It went from 3,000 to 5,000 to.
Yeah, it's not going back, that doesn't jump out at me really. All right, let's keep going.
It doesn't? Going from,
Well, because if you go back 2 years, it was around 35,000.
1 year, if you go back 2 years, it's 5,000.
No, go back up.
That's the only actual, that's an estimated this year.
Yeah.
31, it's
About 3 years, 3,000. So I'm just curious, I just don't.
Is that on that over there?
That's a pretty big jump.
We're repairing vehicles, right?
But are we just starting at 2 years?
Mr. Craddock, is there anything to comment on this?
I don't know the exception of that line was before my time, but I think that the way that you're coding things, they're coming out of that line to another line.
Okay.
You've also got to figure in the Wuhan virus at that point too, because you weren't getting many parts, period, out of the system during that time frame. Before, yeah, see what it looked like the year before, but that may be better if it was up before that. This unhigh the column before it, may show, it may have been higher before that. Just the one column, not all before that. Yeah, that one right there. It may be something new that has to be paid for, I can't remember.
Radio piece,
Oh, the radio piece for Mr. Widener
I'm
stuff?
pretty sure that's the line for radio piece.
No.
It's not.
It's probably something, if you just make a note, you should have sent us an email tomorrow, Mayor Eric can look in the account analysis and figure out what it is. I just don't have it with us.
I have no trouble with, uniforms or anything, I'm just curious. Do you get new uniforms every 2 years? Does everybody get a new uniform? Do you change the look? I'm just curious. Office. I'm not talking about college. I just want to know, do y'all look different every 2 or 3 years? Do you change out and look different? Or do you always look different?
We've had the same uniform since I was hired.
Okay. I just didn't know how you do it.
Jill got that about 3 years ago, we're gonna go to the low bearing test, but,
Can y'all
And I don't care about
That's fair.
I didn't say that.
I was kidding, I didn't say anything about Bearcats.
I'm still going.
That's that one jump was, I mean, from 3 to 5.
It's a big jump.
That was a big jump.
This set it up now, and we can show you.
What is law enforcement equipment? I mean, all of this seems like to me it's law enforcement equipment, but we have a line called law enforcement.
Yeah, some guns.
And it went up 72,000.
I think we bought a lot of optics.
Well, that may be for the,
The new vest?
with the cameras on it, I can't remember.
Scragger. This increase for law enforcement equipment is for additional LPRs.
LPRs?
Yes, sir.
What's that?
License plate reader.
The tires, I noticed it went up quite a bit too, 100.
Tires and seats. Sorry, that's the material cost.
That's just,
And that's a fairly new line. We didn't have that line several years ago.
But I think part of it's because one of these is also the vest too. You'll probably see that somewhere down through there, maybe.
So I was wondering for animal control, if we could have a line for vaccines and stuff, if we could split some of the costs out. Because right now you're running vaccines through veterinary services. And I mean, that's been a big discussion, is that we're gonna start doing the vaccines and stuff. Can we have a line item?
well, have we decided on how to do all of that?
Now, do you wanna talk about, do you wanna talk about animals?
I mean,
I was just asking for a line item so it could be cost.
We could put it under, if the vets are billing us separate, we could put it under drugs and medical, but if it's one line, we can't.
I mean, I think there's a good bit of discussion going on with, here's the thing, I know there's a large amount of shift going on with animal control at large. I mean, is there any,
About the part-time positions, because I didn't see additional positions on here.
were there any, I mean, it's, Mr., go ahead. It's rolled into this.
Into what, but where?
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Greg.
You'll remember when I presented the first time, we originally, when we had to submit budget back in March before the assessment, submitted for $140,000 vet services to hire full-time vets. Animal control. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and so.
Oh, I remember you presenting that.
Yes. I said, don't do that. Got me 70 in that line for your vet services, and we'll show you how to get stuff cheaper. Use the other 7 for the part-time. So we were gonna create a part-time animal control.
All right, so.
So we need corrections.
I don't know.
Or no, we don't, it's
we
over
don't.
here, it's in this one.
Yes.
Sorry, too many papers.
Anything else? All right, we good on? All right, let's continue then on the EMS. Well, with these changes, I'm interested, before we go into EMS, see where we're at on, hit the summary sheet, on the summary. See what we got left.
But it didn't change. It didn't change. I was asking about, like, the vet went to 70, but it didn't change.
It's 60s.
It's all in that one thing, so 70.
That's really 67.
70 for part-time.
Part-time employees are
But
We would need to change that.
67 of last year now, so.
It's gonna be important.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was
But
still,
last year was-
are we back to EMS now?
Yeah,
Then what are they gonna get paid?
We're doing the summary right
Yeah,
now.
you should hit it with them.
We're gonna hit it, well, we good. So that was, we got about $152,000. We're gonna be balanced. We just, if we go,
We have to go back to animal control later.
so let's just look at EMS, go through it. I mean, we're very, very, very
Not
close,
tonight,
guys.
but we can work on it.
Very, very, very close.
So if everybody understood that, we still need, I want to see animal control, those out of vet services. If we're hiring 2 part-time, we got them in vet services. It's still not right. But if you want me to talk about that later.
Yeah, I mean, because
We're
we're,
thinking on that to the same dollar.
It's gonna net.
it's gonna net.
Yeah,
So
it's gonna move.
That's fine, that's totally fine.
And we're all in agreement with it.
Yeah.
It's accounting.
Do you want us just to change it for the next meeting and mark it in
Yes.
blue?
I think
and
so.
Yeah.
keep it covered? Okay, we'll get it with that.
It's just if we don't do these things again.
No, I get it. So we're within $67,000. Let's look at EMS, and I think if we shift, have we changed the libraries at this point?
Did you change the libraries?
Did we change the libraries? All right, so all we gotta do is find $67,000.
But we don't have to spend all our money. We've got that.
Well, I'm-
9.8 million.
Remember the disparity between revenue and expenditures existed last year, you're just trying to bring it to the same position, so if you can bring it smaller, would be even better.
Of course, but
The closer you get it to being balanced, the better, but just at least bring us back to last year.
the goal today was to get us to a balanced spot, and we're $67,000 away.
To back to where we were at last year.
All right.
The revenues don't equal expenditures.
looking at these guys, it's gonna be the same thing. I mean, they're not, I do think that, some of the top level folks were a little bit hot with, Chief Boss about it, and I know that he brought some of those down, you may wanna look at those. The line folks were all pretty much in balance, and I don't think we should mess with those guys too much. So, I'll open it up to y'all to take a look.
Good page.
Just a separate packet, yeah.
Okay.
And you got the second big one here too. The EMS is on page 29, I think. Oh, yeah, you got the last one on the main building. It's on page, starts on page number 68, 28, 29, which is,
And then their, salary comparison starts on the first page, but we're having, and theirs just have an average salary for an EMS director period, what they have on the sheet.
paramedics, everything, they don't have the ranges.
Hey, it occurs to me that with that $500,000 in there found with Toby, now that's just in his, that's not general fund, I'm sorry. That's not gonna impact us here.
So, how much are you looking at, how much are you still looking to take off?
$67,000, I mean, I wouldn't recommend taking it all from here, but.
Do what?
I wouldn't recommend taking all of that from,
See, I'm just looking at, top line people, and it's still way above market.
Yeah, they're way above market.
I mean, that's,
We had an EMS director, even here on the director, it comes across at $115,000. And we are setting at 127 before we go with COLA and an additional $10,000 on top of that.
do y'all wanna, ask Mr. Foss his rationale for these?
A motion to suspend the rules.
The rules are suspended.
Yeah, still suspended.
Yeah, Mr. Foss, go ahead. Ms. Boyd, did you have questions?
Yeah, I'm over here.
Oh, there you are. No, it's just, I'm asking, like, our comparison shows EMS directors at 115.
I'm not sure where those numbers came from. Got to look at that briefly. That's not the same sheet, I don't think, but, one thing in our area is EMS is run by the fire departments. In many ways, so if you look at the top salaries at the fire department, it's gonna be more comparable to what we're competing with here.
So as far as, have we lost, deputies, assistants, battalion folks?
Yes,
We have.
last year we lost a chief, he went for more money. Year before that, we lost an assistant chief, he went to the private sector for more money. Year before that, we lost a deputy chief of logistics, I believe. He went to private sector for more money, and about the same time, the training coordinator, whenever he left, had to take a higher position.
Were any of those positions the cancer the mayor told us he was cutting out of your
We have
department?
not cut any cancer out of the department.
He promised us he would.
All right, we don't have to hash that.
Okay.
I know that was not the best comment, but we don't have to continue it. Go ahead.
I understand that maybe these numbers don't line up, but if they don't line up, we've been using them for everybody.
Yeah, that's, I mean,
So,
you're not a fire chief, you're an EMS director. Would you do fire protection, right?
no, sir.
Okay, I don't understand the comparison saying compared to fire versus EMS. This is
So-
like county.
So like I said in the original presentation, our biggest competitor is National Fire Department in the, public safety sector. And so I tried to put us below them, maybe a little bit above the smaller counties, and that's exactly where I put all these salaries.
I can't speak about his salaries, but I did look at the paramedics and EMTs with Mr. Poss, and when we pull the numbers on the side, there's an average here, but his numbers look pretty well to what we compare to other counties. The paramedics look pretty much where I think spot on, but the EMTs may be high, but he may be having trouble getting an EMT, I don't know for sure. There's probably a rationale for that, but that's all I can speak to, and this was sent to us from, obviously, Mercer Associates, I think she sent that to us.
I mean, I remember, we talked a little bit, I knew this was gonna be the point of contention, like it.
Absolutely.
Your line folks, they look to be right on the
Yes, you're right. And the other thing that we're addressing here is something that's been left alone for 4 or 5 years, and that's the compression. So, paramedics are topping out at a high rate. so we have to have leaders above that. I can't have a paramedic come in and be making more than their supervisors.
And I wasn't asked to look at Mr. Poss or any of the supervisors, I just looked at paramedics and EMTs.
Correct me if I'm wrong, please, but isn't the problem too, that a lot of people come, and I might be wrong, please let me know, they come on here in this department, you invest all this money in training, however much that is, and then they turn around and they quit and go to Metro because it's higher pay, so it's almost like they're tapping into our, if I'm wrong, they're tapping into our resources to use us for school and training, and then say, well, you know, I can make whatever more over in Metro.
Yeah. If an employee wants to work in Metro, they put Sumner County EMS on their resume or their application, they're going to get looked at immediately. The EMS chief in the National Fire Department, he will personally show up to their interviews.
And I can say, he just confirms what I heard from, and I don't want you to take this as I thought someone was lying to me, but he just confirms what I heard from EMS person.
Right now, we're about 16 spots down.
I think next roughly.
Okay, I get a part-time application because people want to be a part of our organization, but they can't afford to work here full-time with other agencies around us.
I don't think that was questioning the. No, I don't know. I'm trying not to get on top of it to keep
I have
people.
a billing question.
We'll just take Mr. Hyde was in the queue.
Mr. Hyde.
Go ahead.
Chief, are we on a comfortable schedule with Metro? I mean, are we on a pretty efficient schedule as far as how we operate?
No, sir. Our people work more hours than anybody else in the mid-state area. Most services have gone to either a 4-12 schedule or 24/72, which is around 700 hours less per year than what our people work. And most of these higher level positions are on that 24/48 schedule still.
So I have a billing question, and then I have a schedule question. So I know that we contract out billing, and I know y'all get the bills all filled in, and you're doing a good job of that. I'm wondering why we have such a large billing department in that all the work is contracted out to them. I mean, they get all the forms filled out, and they get all the information in, but the billing company does, so I'm just wondering how, why do we have so many billing people?
We make sure that's more of a compliance department, make sure that everything is ready to go to that billing department, that everything's coded correctly, and then they actually get it out to the payers.
They pre-audit the stuff, because about first year I got here, we paid $500,000 back to Medicare, so, yeah, because of errors, issues, or whatever, so they have a software they bought that's been since I've been here, and my understanding is they use it and they look at the tickets to make sure there's errors or stuff when they're filing with insurance and Medicare, so they're doing a lot of that. So it's not just billing, you know, they're doing something received, it's predominantly that's my understanding.
Right. Mostly the facilities are saying it right directly to our office. We have contracts with there.
So the collections comes to our EMS here and not the outside contracted people?
We do, it flows through the outside contractor electronically mostly.
The collections are over, in North Carolina?
Yes.
So the collections, they're collecting, they're issuing the bill after you give them the information.
These folks are pre-auditing, like the
Pre-auditing
from
the form.
like your paramedics and MTs out here on they're doing their sheets they go out to your claim. They look at those for errors and issues. Because if you don't, you claim them, then we end up paying them back, and it causes a lot of issues.
And we do the initial coding, the hits fix coding in-house, and then it goes on.
Do you do coding?
Yes.
You know, Terry, I was here previously when they attempted to do everything.
Yeah, no, coding makes sense.
It was
That's
a failure. I mean, we ended up.
No, I like that we have a contract. I just wanna figure out why we have so many.
The year before I came here, because when we had the budget shortage, and then there was a payback the year before of, I think it was $500,000 in Medicare because of an audit, and most of that came about because they started challenging the tickets and the codes. So they're looking at the pre-tickets and the codes, and what happened was they challenged them, and our feeling was a lot of those were legit that we should have got to keep, but because they were done back here, Medicare just said no. They just pay all it back.
Yeah.
It's like, is it 500? You just probably hear it. Is it 500,000?
That was before my time.
And by the way,
500 plus.
the environment has only gotten worse. So, the prior auth mechanisms, I mean, honestly, I think they've gone too far, but it's Would you agree with that?
Who of the employees are salaried and who are hourly?
The deputy chiefs, battalion chiefs, assistant chief, and chief are salary. In this budget, the captains will be moving to salary line as well.
Okay.
And that does two things for us. One, they will not get overtime anymore, so it reduces our overtime budget.
Okay.
And it helps our compression, because right now, the captain, they're so close in pay, sometimes, some pay periods, they're bumping over their supervisor if they have to attend meetings or work a little bit of overtime.
Can I say something about that, David?
Sure.
If they're not predominantly management or something, the issue we have is paramedics and EMTs under wage an hour after 40 hours work have to be paid time and a half. There's no, like the sheriff has a 28-day cycle, they don't get that, the fire department has one. And, you know, there's exemptions for like TVs. These folks are strictly hourly if they're paramedics or EMTs. Now, they're predominantly management or administrative, then we can't do that. But we can't turn people into the
And anything over 40 hours is time and a half.
Time and a half. It has, anything over 40 hours works by wage an hour has to be time and a half. Now, if our policy says they get something else, then we have to give them the better of that or our policy. So, yeah.
So an EMT or paramedic could make more than administrative.
If they're working a lot of hours.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Poss, and I apologize because I didn't catch these before. I was looking at the deputy chief notes, but we're bringing up ALS captains. We're almost doubling their pay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's bringing in all their overtime. That would be in a different line item.
Are they predominantly management?
Yes, they are.
So they're not really doing trucks and stuff?
Right now they are because of our staffing situation, but they are the north side supervisor, they are scheduled on ambulance and their staff.
So they're pulling that. So they're with the overtime. They're pulling that now, roughly.
Correct.
What you're saying. Okay. That helps me.
Concerned we need to make sure that they are technically exempt on anything I was just concerned about.
Yes, they could.
So that salary.
So, I'm back to your schedule. Everyone else is on this different schedule, and we're not. And I've heard you say before that people quit because they want a better schedule and a better quality of life. So why aren't we at the schedule that's more competitive for getting employees and less overtime costs?
Because that would require 31 new full-time employees to even think about going to that schedule.
You're gonna have to look at two things. You're gonna have to weigh the overtime, but you're not gonna be paying employees time and a half for the halftime difference versus a health and a, full round
the all in.
So you're probably going to go up significantly in cost.
So how did the other agencies?
Because they pay more taxes.
Well, I mean,
They
did they walk to this other model, or were they always on the different shifts?
So
Or did
Rutherford
they walk
County
into it?
Williamson County has gone fully to it, and they are starting their paramedics off at $81,000 a year, working 24/72, which is $700 a year less than us. And they're the ones that are robbing people right now. Rutherford County tried at a lower rate, and so they've got the people now, and now they're having to increase salaries to get people to work that.
But if I can go on what Mr. Hyde says about when somebody shows at my door, I don't want them to be on a 12-hour or 20. I don't want them to be tired.
Right.
When they get there, I want them to have a smaller.
I wasn't bring that back to you.
If we want 34 people, we're going to be raising taxes.
Are you gonna find another $2 $3 million?
No, I'm just trying to understand. I mean, they're leaving because they want better quality of life, and we all understand you want to be home with your family.
Right.
And if we can't, it just seems like a vicious cycle. If they're all going to keep quitting because they get tired, and then I would like them to come to my door fresh. Right. It's just, I'm just putting it out there.
We're servicing
the community. It'll be a lot more money, but I'm just saying, if they all keep leaving and we keep raising the salaries and listen, last year there was someone in your department that had over 1,000 hours of overtime. I think I looked at it, I think it was like 1,090. I mean, they have a lot of overtime. Do you want that person showing up at your door? Mr. Hunt's door.
Do you want to make a motion to put 30?
No, I'm asking questions.
I mean,
it's probably gonna delay the budget, because we're gonna have to go take the halftime out and compare it to the income.
No, I'm just bringing it forward.
It's probably gonna be me and Mr. Powell spending a lot of time together trying to figure that one out.
so do we have any
Do we have any
motions to change these that we have here?
I just can't believe that we're increasing people's pay 25%, not batting an eye.
Well, I didn't say we're batting an eye. I mean, I'm asking if
I
there's a
think it's
motion.
heavy on the top end. And what we did at the sheriff's side, we took those higher ones and we split them in half.
Is that your motion?
I'm bringing it for discussion.
Motion. Okay, so we have a motion, and what's the motion specifically?
Gosh, these are so high.
What about the
top.
additional?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just asking what the motion is.
Split in half.
To split which one?
I'm not even there. I mean, it's still too high.
David, just to make sure we're getting a fair comparison, some of the increases that you may be comparing because you're taking last year, this year, and that's why I divided out to make it easier for you guys to see. This ARPA was part of their salary that was already there. It was just paid out of a different line. So, for instance, let's just look at one of them down there. He's not increasing by that, and that. He was already receiving.
Right.
Just make sure I'm not.
Is that going away?
That's becoming local from ARPA to keep from getting a pay cut. That's what you were paying out of ARPA, and I showed it as a, with our system coordinator, we're here to show
We're
you.
catching up in the bad decisions of using one-time funds for recurring salaries. That's what, we're correcting that problem.
So get an apple to apples, if you're looking at the 25%, you really need to add that back to the base you're comparing it to, because he or she's already receiving that.
So if we look at that though, it's a $28,000 increase by an employee that's already at market before we start.
Which one are we looking at?
Look at line number 9, I thought that was.
This one right here? They're getting that amount and that amount, he's already getting
No,
that.
I just went from the first line, the prior year's salary on column M.
Right, but that's what I'm trying to tell you, getting him here,
Oh,
he was
already,
already getting paid.
he had M plus ARPA is what he was making.
Yeah, so he's already making 100 and whatever, so comparing it, add that, and then find out what the difference is. He's already receiving that from ARPA.
So if we look at an assistant chief on our
So we cut the ARPA out, we had to move money over here somewhere.
So are you saying the cost of living and the ARPA is basically negating each other?
No.
The ARPA employee.
Person up here was making $95 we were paying $5,000 out of ARPA, and making equal, we had to give you 5 ARPA, so it's gonna show up here. So if you're comparing gross line to gross line, you're showing him getting an increase that he's taking, you already get from another funding source. So he's really only getting the cost of living and whatever's in this line. This, he already has existing.
He's got $20,000.
Right. I'm not saying, but I'm saying that was already there.
I'm not including it in the ARPA, $20,000 without the ARPA number, it's been a $20,000 increase from all of them.
But I was just making sure I wasn't giving you an unfair presentation of what was happening here, make sure you understood it.
So is there a motion? I mean, there was a motion, but I don't know exactly what it was.
If I can have a discussion, we brought all other departments to the comparative, and these are way over the comparative. I just want to bring that up. These are way over the comparative.
I get it, and so, go ahead, is there a motion on it? What do you want to do?
My motion would be to bring them to the comparatives as we did everyone else, which would mean about like just taking off, for the top people, leaving the cost of living, but taking out these additional requests because it's throwing us way over much. We're already over market, and these additional requests are just way over market.
So which ones are they just, are you basically saying everything in blue, remove it?
Yeah, on the top for admin, because we're way over.
So
if we look, even with these deputies are at the level that our
So
comparison says the chief should be at.
all right, so the motion is to remove all of the requested additional fiscal year 2025 for everything highlighted in blue from the EMS director down to the captain BLS.
How far down? Where does that go?
No.
Oh, to there.
You're not catching those lieutenants that they redid their overtime, are you?
No.
They pay if you do that, okay. If you're not careful, you're gonna end up cutting their pay.
Actually,
Yeah.
Whatever it was, if you do that, you end up cutting their pay.
Up here?
Yeah, is that what you're talking about?
Well, that's where I was at. I didn't say, I wasn't even looking down low.
If you leave
Yeah, that's where I was looking at, up here.
if you take 10, you would balance a little bit, and you still.
I mean,
No, but it's way over. If we go back and look at this, the average EMS director
only
So
make.
let's get the motion on the floor. Let's get the motion on the floor. Ms. Boyd, what is your motion specifically?
My motion is to bring them in line with our comparatives that we have had other departments, which says that the EMS director makes 115. We're already over. I suggest that we take the top, in the top subtotal that comes over and we're subtotaling out as a total.
To the battalion chief
Yeah,
is what she
I'm
said.
just looking to hear right now.
Which one?
So she's wanting to make all the blues on the first and second row zero. Is that what you're saying?
I think it would make it more in line with our, I mean, we're already over our
Still
comparatives.
Well,
It's still over.
she's not comparing it. So she's comparing it to the EMS.
Yeah.
And you're comparing it to fire. So if you compare it to fire, which is what his argument. So
But what's the name of the department?
EMS.
Okay.
I mean, I'm just stating that, I'm not saying one thing or the other. Which one are you? Well, it's just that.
We don't have a county-wide fire department.
So you got a motion. So we have a motion to bring those.
I'm just looking at this right here. I'm looking at these right
Which
here.
ones the top, the very top, so EMS director down to battalion chief? Correct. Okay, and your suggestion is to move those,
To take out that additional
to
request.
take out the
We're
additional
already
request.
marketed
So that's the
comparison.
motion, is there a second?
Well, no, that's all, I haven't looked at it.
Chrissy, did you second it?
I did.
Okay, motion and second, so I'm gonna make a comment on this one, and then we'll take a vote. I hadn't commented on this, so look, I think these are a little high to be, and I've said that to Mr. Foss, but I also, I went to Mr. Foss and I said, I need you to drop $175,000. I'm not gonna tell you how to do it, and he did. I did some math, we were very, very close to having a balanced budget, so I do, for the record, I do think it is fair to cut some of these, but I gave my word, and so I'm gonna vote against it because you did as you asked, so.
So he did cut,
He cut like you agreed to. He cut $175,000, but I mean, that was my ask. It was not the committee's ask, that was my ask and my vote.
We cannot raise taxes and give them all the money.
right, well, no, I'm just asking.
So, I mean, not everybody talked to him. I talked to him, I said, this is what I want you to do.
I'm looking at market comparisons and we're looking at.
And I think it's fair, I get it, I mean, I get it.
You got a motion, got a second.
We got a motion, a second, all in favor?
Not personal. It's what we said we were gonna do for
We're doing this
teachers.
for everybody. All in favor?
Aye.
All against? No. 2 noes. Mr. Fox, go ahead.
Yeah, so if you, a paramedic's in the top out at $100,000 with this, that's just the way things are already set up. All right, so if you look at that, you got.
Well, there's gonna be overlap, I see that.
Yeah, I mean, the compression just got worse if we, reduce all those. So,
I get it.
my guys, they're better off going back to an ambulance, and we're talking ambulance, and we lose our
These
leadership.
guys are gonna move down.
So there's compression between the top end paramedics and the leadership. And why take that on?
We're losing leadership, we know we've lost leadership.
So are they gonna, do you think they're going to leave your department or they're going to ask for a lesser job?
They're gonna ask to go back and work on the ambulance and finish out their 30 years.
Is there a motion to reconsider? Or do we want to go roll with what we got?
You're basically taking experience.
You could go with what we got. I mean, if not, we're gonna have to go back to the other departments, open it all up and come up with new numbers for them.
And put it $50,000 for.
So the way I understood it, and he clarified, you're taking experience from top jobs and putting them in other ones.
It's the will of the company.
Jobs, and it just doesn't make.
It's the
He's
will.
asking.
We considered it, thank you, Mr. Fox.
So is
I want to,
I think
is there a motion to do you like a motion to reconsider?
yeah, I would like.
Okay, I'll second the motion to reconsider. All in favor to reconsider? Aye. 3, all against?
No.
4 against, motion to reconsider fails.
Could the compression be right here, if you're bringing your paramedics to market, and our paramedics are working more hours than everybody, so it's making their paramedics make a lot more, and if you leave leadership the same, that's causing the compression.
Yeah, overtime.
With the overtime push, because of the way we're doing it to save, or the county's doing it to save on the insurance. I think that's the root cause of a lot of the compression, am I correct? Probably.
think we get the paramedics market correct, and all these other counties are working each paramedic less overtime. And when you add in overtime, our paramedic growth will be more, and if your leadership's here, it would cause a compression. Is that what's happening? So your paramedics are working a whole lot of hours to get
Well,
them
no,
money.
it's scheduled overtime, it's not extra overtime.
They're required to go to full
Yes, it's
schedule.
required overtime. They're yearly.
Okay, well, look, we, had a motion, we have a motion to reconsider, motion to reconsider failed. Anything else on this one? Okay,
Just that we're gonna cross-look later, right?
yeah, we're still gonna cross-look later. I mean, there will be another, we're coming back in 2 weeks. We're coming back in 2 weeks.
I think this gets you your 67.
It probably just about balances us out. And, then we can go on, to operational. I figure we've gotten the rest, under 67,000 in operational anyway, so either here or somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll do operational, and then, I'll take a vote whether we want to do, capital, or call it and do capital with the next one. But let's finish out operational first. What page are you on for operational?
Oh, I'm sorry, it's on page 6. I moved it to page, I think. It starts on page 68, that's correct. On the bottom of 68 and continues on to 69 and 70.
Stuff is jumping out at me here. Scroll down. Scroll down.
Go quick enough for you to see.
What page is operational? Scroll down.
I'm sorry, it starts on page, their operation report starts on page 69.
Scroll down, keep going.
About halfway down the page.
Mr. Long, can you explain contract with government agency EMS supplement payment? I just don't know.
That's the one where they're doing with the team care to, I think it's team care to recover fees. I think contracted that weird thing. Is that what?
Yeah.
Is that weird thing?
Recovery?
Yeah, it's not team care. Is it Medicare? Repeat the name of the line, please. The one on the board, it's the supplemental payment that was received. Yes, that is team care. Basically, we pay them a percentage of process to bring back additional revenue, so we bring in more revenue than that. If we don't pay that, we're not gonna bring in additional revenue.
It's a risk bearing kind of thing. We're gonna collect and we take a portion whenever we do.
I just didn't know what it was.
And then there's another one on there, it's a big, it's called, I think it's called debt collection or something.
Debt collection services.
That's based on the amount of revenue you got and what we're turning over.
It's all over the board.
Yeah. But it's the same thing. If you get more revenue, you got more of that.
All right, where are we at on the bottom line?
I'm surprised that drugs and medical supplies
You
didn't
get back
go
to
up.
last year, I think.
Awesome.
Well, I guess.
Yep, all right.
You're back in a manageable area.
So the goal for today was to get us here. We need to do capital. And I know we're gonna come back. I know we have some tooling around to do with some of these in the department. We're gonna put this out, the department can come and, kind of argue a different case. The question is, do we want to, yes, sir?
Make a suggestion for us to think about for the next time. If you actually take those top blue ones and at least give 50%, and I don't want any kind of, thoughts on this, but, I mean, now discussion, but if you take 50%, you still just about make your, original budget.
We had that, and that's what he was gonna do with the reconsider, but we have another chance to do this, and, we can come back, and let's, we're gonna do,
And maybe we can get better
Can you put a
comparables.
motion to reconsider?
We can pay for them. We're going to, right?
Can't do that, can you? All right, well, we can't do it again this session, we can look at it next session. Now, I'm gonna take a vote here if we wanna handle capital tonight, or if we wanna push that off.
What are we looking at for 2 weeks from now?
We're gonna do the cross, we're gonna do the, cross-pollination, like, looking apples to apples within the county. Salaries. We have to do, long-term planning and capital. Anything else on this?
We'll list every other little miscellaneous one. So
Yeah.
we're probably looking at a meeting shorter than this one we're starting.
So, how long would we take to do capital? Because if we did it tonight, then we could have another look at it.
It would take, I don't know, an hour.
Oh, can we push it?
It's you're probably gonna be here to 10:30.
10:30.
Maybe
You
later.
gonna take a vote?
Yeah, all in favor of, pushing capital tonight? Or doing capital, all in favor of doing capital tonight?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye. No traffic. Okay.